Hello, just doing a sound check.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear Bonnie and Will, so the three of us are good.
Hello, hello.
Testing.
Deborah, would you like to be renamed so that you're
If it's easy to do, otherwise, that's fine.
okay? Mr. Schofield, are you able to rename Eva to Deborah? Tell me your last name again.
Stagner.
I've allowed
Stagner.
panelists to rename themselves.
Okay.
Okay, you can rename yourself. Great, thank you. Dr. Felder, I think we have all our board members here. Would you like us to wait another minute or two for anybody, or are you ready for us to get started?
Ready to get started, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Tonight is Monday, February 7th, 2022, and I'm calling this meeting to order. The Orange County Schools Board of Education pledges to our families, students, staff, and the greater community to conduct our business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards all staff members and each other. As per board policy, Robert's Rules of Order will be used to conduct meetings. Following, we're skipping the Pledge of Allegiance tonight since we're virtual, but following a moment of silence, which we will observe before we begin our business, we will have public comment after we adopt tonight's agenda. And let's see, I think we are now ready for the moment of silence. So please join me. As we begin our work this evening, I would like to recognize that Orange County Schools was established on land previously settled by the ancestors of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation. This board has made a commitment to honor and respect the heritage of Indigenous and all members of our OCS community, to work to undo decades of racial harm, and to build to the best of our ability a community that fosters a sense of belonging for all of our students so that they may thrive and succeed. And please join me now for a moment of silence. Thank you. Dr. Felder, I think I will pass it to you for recognitions this evening.
Well, wonderful. Good evening, Chair Doyle, Vice Chair Stevens, the entire board, to our students, staff, and families. This evening, we have not one, not two, not three, nor four. We have 6 special recognitions. It's February, so lots of recognitions in February. All right. And so next slide, please. So the first recognition would be around our female student athletes. So last Friday, approximately 20 female student athletes from Orange and Cedar Ridge High Schools engaged in a special event. For the first time ever, our senior female student athletes celebrated what was this year's 36th annual, so it took us a while, but we jumped on board in the 36th annual National Girls and Women in Sports Day. Girls were treated to lunch and a panel discussion among some of the area's most accomplished women with careers in sports. A huge, huge shout out goes to Mr. Dwayne Forster, the OCS Director of Athletics, Student Health and Operations, as well as guest sponsor Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, staff and student athletes from North Carolina Central University, Huey's Restaurant, and many others from our OCS faculty and staff who helped make this possible. The event panelists included Kelly Johnson, assistant volleyball coach for Duke University, Dr. Ingrid Wicker McCree, director of athletics for North Carolina Central University, Heather Ryan, senior associate director of athletics for Duke University, Sierra Solomon, academic coordinator for NC State University, and Dr. Kalisha Menendez, deputy director for the Durham Sports Commission. The event was held at the Mebane Arts Center in Mebane, North Carolina. Words aren't enough to describe the magnitude and power of the statements shared, the topics discussed, and the immeasurable impact the event will have on those in attendance. To say that it was an inspiring and motivating experience doesn't come close to capturing this very special afternoon. Next slide, please. So our second recognition for tonight would be our Spelling Bee champions. So the valuable learning outcomes of spelling bees result in students gaining competency over vocabulary, and this allows them to excel at reading and writing. The ability to understand more words will allow students to become literate and enjoy reading an extensive range of material. The benefits of spelling bees extend beyond language. Spelling bees also develop student self-confidence, communication, and public speaking skills, as well as their ability to thrive under pressure. They will surely spell, no pun intended, success for their futures. So in Orange County Schools, students in grades 3 to 8 have the opportunity to participate in a spelling bee each year at their school. Each student participates in a classroom spelling bee. One winner from each classroom advances to a school level spelling bee, where they compete to represent their school at the Regional Duke Spelling Bee. This year, due to COVID protocols, the Regional Duke Spelling Bee will be held virtually on Saturday, March 26th. Each school spelling bee winner has been recognized by the OCS literacy team. That would be the 3 women on the right, decked out in their spelling bee gear at their school with a presentation of a trophy and an award certificate. Next slide, please. And so tonight we are proud to honor the school winners who will represent OCS at our regional spelling bee. And so first at A.L. Standback Middle School is Zion Green, River Park Elementary School, Ian Aguilera, New Hope Elementary School, Caitlin Gibbons, Hillsborough Elementary School, Peyton Shaw. Next slide, please. At the OCS Online Academy Elementary School is Felix Travers, Orange Middle School, Gabriel R., Central Elementary School, Singjun Beng, Grady A. Brown Elementary School, Jake Elkins, and Gravely Hill Middle School, Andrew. So congratulations to all of our school spelling bee winners. We are proud to have you represent Orange County Schools next month at the Duke Regional Spelling Bee. Again, that's Saturday, March 26th, and it will be virtual. Additionally, we are very proud of all of our students in Orange County Schools who participated in the classroom and school spelling bees. We are also very appreciative of the school spelling bee coordinators who worked hard behind the scenes to make each school spelling bee a success. So congratulations and thank you all. Okay, more recognitions to come. February 14th through 18th is School Bus Driver Appreciation Week. This commemorative week recognizes all school transportation personnel who are involved in the highest standards of safe practices to ensure the protection of their passengers, who happen to be our district's most precious cargo, our students. Each bus driver dedicates their time and talent to ensuring students are safely transported to and from school and activities. Our bus drivers are the first staff members to greet our students each day, setting the stage for a great learning experience. Stated plainly, each bus driver is a director of first impressions in the district. Orange County Schools is honored to have 100 bus drivers, and we appreciate each and every one of them, as well as each and every member of our transportation department. Next slide, please. So February is also CTE month. It is time to raise awareness of the role that career and technical education, CTE, has in readying our students for careers and college and helping our nation achieve economic success and workforce competitiveness. Career and technical education prepares our students to succeed in academics and careers in both established and emerging industries, and empowers all students to be successful citizens, workers, and leaders in our global economy. For the 2021-2022 school year, guess how many students participated in an OCS CTE program? Well, if you guess 5,311, you guessed the right number. Now that's pretty darn impressive and something to celebrate and recognize for sure. Next slide, please. Well, this week is National School Counseling Week. School counselors play an important role in ensuring that students have excellent educational experiences. They are part of a school support team who provide essential social-emotional support in addition to academic support to students. School counselors can have a tremendous impact on helping students achieve school success and plan for a career by helping to increase student achievement and provide a much needed resource for students, but not only for our students, but for their parents, teachers, and administrators. So school counselors are absolutely integral to student success. The 2022 theme for this year's celebration of school counselors is Better Together. OCS is very fortunate to have 23 school counselors. OCS is certainly better having these 23 counselors as part of the Orange County Schools team. So thank you to all of our district school counselors. February. February is Black History Month. Black History Month, also known as African American History Month in the United States, is an annual observance not only in the United States, but in Canada, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and the Netherlands. Black History Month was started in the United States in 1926. It was conceived by historian Carter G. Woodson, who proposed making a time to honor African Americans and raise awareness of Black history. We look forward to sharing the many lessons and activities at our schools on our social media accounts and websites this month, so stay tuned. Madam Chair, that concludes the recognitions for tonight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felder, and congratulations to all our honorees, particularly our spelling bee champions, and big shout out to our bus drivers and our counselors and our female athletes. It's time for our agenda adoption. Do I have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Motion from Ms. Smiley,
Second.
second from Ms. Stevens. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, and now is the time for public comment. After each speaker has been recognized and unmuted, they will have 3 minutes to speak. The board will not have a discussion with any speaker. No profane or vulgar language will be permitted, nor personal abuse against any person. Any speaker that uses threatening language will not be permitted to continue. Public comment should not address any specific confidential student or personnel matter. Complaints concerning any specific employee or students are not permissible during public comments, and speakers must conclude their remarks at the end of their 3 minutes. And so I see we have our time up. Ms. Stowe, is Mr. Dutton our first speaker tonight?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Schofield, do you see Mr. Dutton? Mr. Mark Dutton?
I'm just doing a sound check.
Okay, yep, we
Good,
can hear
he's
you.
unmuted.
Go ahead, Mr. Dutton. Thank you. Thank you.
But Madam Chair and fellow OCS board members, I wanted to first just say that I love each of you. It's committed by my faith, and anything that I say is to take it to heart to try to improve the district for all children. That's the first and foremost. So what I wanted to just say is I don't share all the same views and positions as the board, because I don't. I would have voted no for retaining the books. And most simply, the way I could put it, I just would like my kids to be able to pull any library book seamlessly, to be able to share with their grandmother and keep it simple. My grandmother doesn't have a formal education per se, but she does have a PhD in ethics and morals. She's a first-generation immigrant from Sicily, Italy, and she's like her Catholic faith. The second piece, I just want to share that when I met with Charles Blackwood, I want to clarify that in December, it was more about the division in the community that I felt at the time. I got 25 years in the county, 10 in Chapel Hill, 5 in Carrboro, 10 in Hillsborough, and I just felt something in the landscape was off, and that's mostly why I met with Charles Blackwood. It was nothing more than trying to understand the division of how we could come together as a community. And then the other one was to clarify other topics in December, and with my children, I'll be submitting that in paperwork so that everybody can have a better understanding. But I want to get into what I want to talk about tonight was OCS educational gap that I believe is district-wide. I think it's systemic. I've been working with the middle school with my son. My daughter, she learns seamlessly as a traditional student, but my son works very hard and he's got a 1 to 2 year gap. My most concern, and I wanted to let parents know tonight, and in the district, there is a organization out there I've been working with Doreen Berg, ECAS out of, and it's in the parent handbook, but it certainly allows parents to get into the weeds of understanding where their children or student might exactly be. And here's the home run that I want to get across. When a parent now understands, and I work with Dr. Moore's cousin, Ellis Parks, and his son up in Raleigh, he's an EC teacher. When I ask this question, what is the catch-up plan for my son? That's the answer I get. When I really ask the hard questions, I get nothing that's of concrete. I get nothing in writing. And I think that this is a systemic issue going across the whole district. You know, distractions of changing the school names, that's a distraction. That was my timing concern coming into this school year. And the last piece is that I would ask the board to help me put a plan together in writing that can help with the equity for my 2 children, that my son is reading on the 4th grade level. And when I ask equity at the district level, they say it doesn't apply to my kids. I don't understand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments tonight, Mr. Dutton. I believe Miss Aline Dutton is our next speaker.
He's going to provide hers in written comment.
Okay. And then Ms. Stowe is have Miss Lori Tepper.
She's unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Tepper, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Good evening. I represent Moms for Liberty, and I'm commenting on last week's special meeting. I sat and discussed as I watched and listened to your reasoning regarding how you came to the decision to retain all 3 books in question. I started to write a response that night, but quickly realized how angry I was. I needed to take time, watch it again, get God's perspective and wisdom in how I respond. Ms. McKenzie, how do you consider genderqueer a resource for the LGBTQ students? It's described as a graphic novel and contains sexual pornographic images. That isn't useful. Therefore, it is not a resource. I'm sure there are plenty of other books that are truly written to help the students navigate their sexual identity. Ms. Smiley, you stated that all the books had serious literary value and are not pornographic. Isn't blatant oral sex pornographic? Ms. McKenzie, regarding Out of Darkness, you said there are some references to sexuality. Does violent rape qualify as a reference to sexuality? Ms. Smiley, are painful scenes of sexual assault okay to put in the minds of impressionable youth? Does it not undermine the God-given gift of healthy sexuality and a loving, committed relationship? You mentioned NC Kids Digital Library. Just because they have it doesn't make it right. They state this collection was designed for youth ages pre-K through fourth grade. They apparently believe Out of Darkness is appropriate for that age group. Ms. Stevens, no one wants to sweep anything under the rug. In fact, we want history to be taught correctly as it happens so we don't forget, learn from our past mistakes, and celebrate the exceptionalism of this great country. Book challenges are being brought up because of their inappropriate content available to students in our schools. Ms. Smiley, Moms for Liberty is not well-funded or political. We are parents, grandparents, and tax-paying citizens who care about the well-being of our youth who will be our leaders someday. We don't want history erased. For that matter, we don't want statues torn down either. We encourage students to read materials of all perspectives, not just one side, in order to think for themselves and not be indoctrinated. We applaud teaching students to think critically, use good judgment, and engage with hard history while living in a diverse world. But these books do not at all represent that. Ms. Doyle, why do you selectively ask LGBTQ students for their comments and omit the entire student body? It's clear you didn't want any opposing viewpoints. Ms. Hauser, you said the images and passages of these books made you feel uncomfortable. That is your conscience convicting that these books are wrongfully put into the hands of impressionable youth. Seriously, asking the question that what are we protecting? Have you not heard the parents' cries? The board's lawyer conveniently left out an explanation for paragraph C regarding what sexual conduct means. Certainly genderqueer violates these statutes. Mr. Atherton, parents are opting out of books located in the school library does not prohibit the students from looking at them. You can be sure I will be voting on May 17th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tepper. Next on the list is Ms. McMiller, but I believe she may not be on the call. Do you see her? Ms. Joetta McMiller, Mr. Schofield?
Sorry, she's not on the list.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ms. Mel Mealy. Do we know if Ms. Mealy's on the phone on the
Mel
call
Mealy
list?
has been unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep. Welcome, Ms. Mealy.
I'm sorry, thank you. My name is Mel Mealy, and I'm also representing Moms for Liberty, Orange County. I have 4 children that this pandemic has affected. I believe it's time to follow the science. The pandemic is over. This isn't necessarily a popular opinion for this area, where many passionately equate actions like no masking to large-scale homicide. However, I believe that many parents agree with me, but are just afraid to speak up. From the Children's Health Defense this week, little updates. Europe is accelerating steps to roll back COVID restrictions as efforts to control the spread of the virus have failed, and countries downgrade the threat posed by SARS-CoV-2. Sweden and Switzerland joined Denmark, Norway, Finland, Ireland, the Netherlands, Italy, Lithuania, France, and the UK is announcing that they will also lift restrictions and open up their countries. Top Israel officials also announced this week that they are abolishing the country's Green Pass. At a meeting in Helsinki to discuss the pace of removing restrictions, the government decided to lift all limits on gatherings and ease restrictions on restaurants and bars. Cultural venues, events, and sports will be free from restriction. France on Wednesday ended mandatory work from home rules and eliminated requirements on face masks outdoors and lifted attendance restrictions at stadiums and theaters. The Lithuanian government is dropping its requirements to present a vaccine certificate in public areas such as restaurants and sporting events, and the unvaccinated workers will no longer be required to undergo weekly testing. Norway has also followed suit, lifting restrictions on private gatherings, bars, and restaurants, and will no longer require border testing. England has lifted COVID restrictions and face coverings are no longer required by law anywhere in England. And the legal requirements for COVID passes to enter large venues and clubs have been scrapped. The government also dropped guidance for face coverings in classrooms, advice for people working from home, and restrictions for nursing home visitors. On January 26th, Netherlands reopened restaurants, bars, museums, and theaters as part of a broader ease of restriction. Few studies, if any, have been carried out to determine whether vaccine passports and COVID restrictions actually lower COVID cases, hospitalizations, and death. However, a recent analysis published by the researchers at Johns Hopkins found that COVID lockdown measures implemented in the US and Europe had almost no effect on public health. Quote, "We find little to no evidence that mandated lockdowns in Europe and the United States had a noticeable effect on COVID-19 mortality rates," the researchers wrote. If you haven't traveled outside of this local area in a while, it doesn't take long to enter an area where there are no restrictions, no masks in sight, and no more fear. It's time to follow the science and get this area back to normal living conditions, just like so many others have locally, nationwide, and worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mealy. Let's see, Miss Bethany Lee, I think, is currently trying to join. So if you don't see her on yet, Mr. Schofield, if we could proceed to Miss Gretchen. Oh, yep, there she is. Welcome, Miss Lee.
You gonna hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so to begin with, sorry, I do have strep throat. I'm going to try as fast as I can and as best as I can. Hopefully you can understand what I'm saying. But to start out with, I kept wondering for months why you keep putting these masks on our kids. And quite honestly, I just don't at first I thought it was just you doubling down on stupid, quite honestly. And now I'm just wondering if you just don't know the facts. So let's go over the facts real quick, because I've got quite a few of them. January 18th, 2022, CDC updates guidelines to make clear cloth masks that say clear cloth masks offer the least protection against COVID. We've got Pamela Geller, January 19th, 2022, CDC finally admits cloth masks don't work. Quote, yet the same CDC quietly admitted on Friday that the thin cloth masks this agency and its corporate media allies spent the last 2 years cheering actually provide the protection, unquote. January 2022, Dr. Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner turned member of board of directors for Pfizer. This gentleman said that what we've known all along, that cloth masks do not protect against COVID. Denmark has come out, a Denmark newspaper has come out and apologized for not giving the mandates the necessary I can't even think of the word that it deserves. Anyway, we'll go on. Proof of masks don't work. Donna Garner, 12/30/21. She wrote this with numerous studies listed that show that these masks do not work. And there are numerous ones. You can go on and take a look. Michigan Supreme Court has removed all mask mandates, as well as Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, or Supreme Court threw out mask mandates for schools on December 10th, 2021. We have continued and continued and continued the unmasking of our kids, except in our county. And I just do not understand what is going on that is keeping y'all from doing this. I will not bow down to these irrational fears any longer. And parents shouldn't, and neither should these kids. I feel like you're sitting on self-righteous thrones and trying to tell us peons what we should and should not do with our children. And I'm sick of it. Healthy students should not have to have their faces covered with these masks. We have educational, social, we're just behind every which way you can possibly look at. And we need to stop it. Get them off our kids.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you so much, Miss Lee. Our next speaker is Miss Gretchen Schmidt.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, welcome. Your time is starting now.
Oh, can you restart that? Because I think there's some confusion, and I just wanted to point it out on with your guys' advertising. Can this
No,
not?
we're going to go ahead. Let's start it right now. Mr. Schofield, this is your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the website said 6:30 on Friday and then 6 o'clock on Saturday. So it's kind of all over the place, confusing everybody with time. Last Monday, the public comment, which was advertised being available to go until 8 a.m. Tuesday morning, was not accepting comments as early as 9 p.m. on Monday evening. Still not of the comment. Also, per the board, written comments are to be submitted and included in the minutes for that meeting. This has not been happening since January 10th at least. We've had around 75 people from the community CC Moms for Liberty with their comments sent into the board, and none of these have appeared in the minutes so far. This was suggested by a community member following some of the tactics by this board, which have created a lack of trust and unity in the Orange County School District. One of the biggest being the gross mischaracterization of a student-led protest in September prior to a football game where spectators were limited to 2 per athlete. Following this protest, it was made known to us by a student in African American Studies class that the superintendent, along with 3 other board members, came into the class and told a story to the class of what happened at the protest. The glitch was that none of these board members, the superintendent, nor any other students besides the one, were at the protest. Being alarmed by the story that was being told, which he helped plan, he spoke up to others following the class. Right there in the class, he did not feel it was a safe space to speak up and call out the leaders of education in the Orange County schools in service to children for the lie that was being portrayed, and then the compelled speech, which was elicited based on a fabricated story. This cherry picking for activist causes was seen again during the meeting last Monday evening. At least over 25 comments were sent in from community members concerned over the material inappropriate to minors from all walks of life being displayed and available in the school libraries. None of these views were shared. We surveyed students to see if there was a general query for students' opinions on the books, but no one ever heard anything about it. In a narrow-minded play at censorship, the board curated a single view to support their cause far from a basic education. Now to the recent decision by all board members to waive policy for forever and beyond. Those who are in the midst today of fighting the largest slave trade which has ever existed have posed a question which has been posed by countless over preceding decades. Would you or I have fought to free slaves during the 19th century along with the efforts in play at that time? The answer is easier than we might think, they pose. The question of those going into the deepest, darkest places on earth to rescue any of the 2 million children who are being bought over and over again by mostly Americans who are no longer getting their fix off of looking at porn is, are you standing up for and speaking out, contributing to the cause, and generally being an abolitionist today? At least in their official public role, all 7 of the board members voted for pornographic depictions to be available to minors. There is such a thing as change, though. You could become an abolitionist today.
Thank you, Ms. Schmid. Our next speaker is Ms. Sarah Snipes.
This is a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yep, your time starts now.
Great. I'm speaking tonight on some frustrations with board inconsistencies and the marginalization of students, citizens, and parents in this community. First of all, frustration with board inconsistencies. The board meeting minutes are not published. The most current minutes are not available. It's very unclear as to where we can find the minutes. Is there a special place on the website we can be directed to view them? I've submitted written comments to the board for the last several board meetings, and I do not see where they've been included with the minutes, nor have I ever received a response back on any of my concerns or questions. The ability to submit written comments for last Monday's specially called meeting on the sexually obscene books was not allowed after the meeting started, even though the published process on the website stated that comments would be allowed and accepted up until Tuesday morning of the next day at 8 a.m. This did not happen. I checked it myself and heard from several community members who attempted to submit comments and were not allowed. They received the following message: the written comment form procedures is no longer accepting responses. Can you please tell us who's in charge of these procedures? And can you please have somebody convey accurate and understandable procedures going forward? The website states for virtual speakers during meetings like the board meeting tonight that a link will be sent to them when it's their time to speak. However, during the January 24th board meeting, I signed up to speak, but was never sent a link during the meeting. I was watching the meeting over the YouTube channel, therefore was not allowed to speak. So again, very unclear and inconsistent processes. Tonight, I'm only speaking because I learned from others to join the Zoom meeting and then I would be unmuted. Secondly, marginalization of students, parents, and citizens. I would like to respectfully remind the board that you were elected to represent all people of this community, even those who may have opposing views of yours. However, it's so unfortunate that this board seems to do nothing but marginalize and criticize students, citizens, and parents that don't agree with your views. I'm extremely offended after last week's meeting from Ms. Smiley and her comments and others, where you implied because we oppose pornography and library books that we are homophobic and racist. I'm not a homophobic or a racist. I oppose the material because it's porn. I would like to protect students from porn and unhealthy sexual activity, especially activity that leads to STD, AIDS, and unwanted early teen pregnancies. Irresponsible sexual behavior can have immense psychological, physiological, lifelong impacts, and not to mention contribute to the slave trade. How about we work to protect students from unhealthy sexual relationships? How about we promote the value and sanctity of marriage, strong family foundations? But none of these books did that. I don't care if it was LGBTQ,
Your time is up, Ms. Snipes. Please
or if
finish
it
your
was aliens. It's not okay to show illustration of a student giving
I
an
need
adult a
you to
blowjob.
stop talking now. Thank you. Our last speaker for the evening is Miss Kim Runkle. Do we know if she's on the call?
I just unmuted someone named Kim, but I don't know if it's Kim Runkle.
Okay.
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you, Miss Runkle. Go ahead.
Well, thanks to the superintendent and the school board for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kim Runkle, and my husband and I have 4 kids who are in the Orange County school system. As we approach the second anniversary of the public schools taking 15 days to slow the spread of COVID-19, I wanted to reflect on how much has changed and how much we have learned about the virus since March of 2020. I've observed the way the COVID mitigation strategies impact our kids and their peers in different ways. I've watched the news and witnessed the way this virus and public health crisis have been politicized and the polarization that continues nationwide. Locally, the polarization has looked like parents getting on social media and assuming the best about themselves while also assuming the worst about others who take the opposite side. Once sides are taken, lines are drawn, individuals form retorts to make the other side look less virtuous than they are. And on the board meetings, I see this huge undertaking to try to manage this public health crisis, and it's distracted from the ultimate goal that we all have of educating our children. We waited for all teachers who desired the vaccine shot, or I guess it's now called a shot, to receive it. We waited for all the kids K through 12 who wanted to receive the shot to have it. We followed the most recent surge and drop in cases with the Omicron variant. We are now at a crossroads where it is time to begin the journey to return to pre-pandemic school routines. I've watched numerous Zoom call presentations with Dr. Benjamin, an infectious disease doctor, who emphasizes that our school system is among the most risk averse of all of the over 65 school districts he advises, and also one of the most highly vaccinated, which is great. When I read through the agenda this morning, I was excited to see that the goal is to normalize the education experience in Orange County schools over the next 6 to 8 weeks. I agree with the proposed recommendations and the end of the mandates for outdoor masking. I agree with allowing students to talk during lunch and stop mandating outdoor physical distancing. And I agree to allow unlimited spectators to sporting events and other activities to the capacity of those venues. I support the vaccine and booster clinics. The school system proposes to continue the offering of the higher filtration mask for staff and students who do desire to wear them. And I am reassured that our vaccine rate is high and our % positive rate is low compared to all the surrounding counties. I want to learn more about the rationale behind the opt-in COVID-19 testing and the stay-to-test program in light of the recent Omicron variant. In the last month, asymptomatic testing has been overwhelming the system and has not been significantly helpful in reducing secondary spread. I think the goal of eventually returning to testing only kids who have symptoms of COVID-19 makes sense. I think it would be ideal to set that as a goal again, now that we know more about the virus. Many hospitals in our area, including the one where I work, have recently discontinued asymptomatic.
Uncle, your time is up. Could you please?
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes our public comment. And so at this time, I'd like to invite board members to comment. And is there someone who would like to start tonight? Go ahead, Ms. Smiley.
Okay, I'll go. So one of the things I've done since the last board meeting is attend the Student Achievement Committee. We had a really great deeper dive discussion of the literacy audit and understanding the direction the district's going to take with that information. I am really, really grateful for everything that came out of that. And then also a discussion of the district's options for understanding some better way to measure student growth and actual progress as in addition to the other metrics that exist in the strategic plan. So I'm grateful to staff for all of their work and to the board for their discussion. And just wanted to say thank you to our bus drivers and school counselors and hope that you get lots of celebration in the next couple of weeks.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Bonnie, do you have any comments this evening? I think you're muted. If, there you go.
No comments. Thanks for asking.
Okay, Will?
No, I'm going to save my comments for when we go into the content of the material tonight.
Okay, Dr. Moore?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say I had the opportunity to go to the National Girls and Women's in Sports Day. The theme was Lead Her Forward. And Dr. Felder said quite a lot about it, but it was just really neat to see there were young women athletes from NCCU there for our high school athletes to kind of see the next step, and then all the women athletes with their different roles. It was just a great example of showcasing for our seniors opportunities that they could have as they stay in their sport and continue in other fields. And so just a big shout out to Mr. Foster for bringing that to our district for the first time. And I look forward to it continuing in years to come. I think Vice Chair Stevens had dropped off the call right now. Am I correct about that? So we are going to continue on our consent agenda. There were quite a few items, and I'm just going to go through them quickly. I know there are a couple that we're pulling. So there's approving our January 24th minutes, and also our personnel report, which we've modified in closed session. So we would be approving our modified personnel report. Item C, Bonnie, I believe you wanted to pull the assessment recommendation about OCS Online Academy.
Yes, I'd like to pull that.
Okay,
Yes.
And so that I would like to move to right after our original discussion action item was the COVID recommendations. And so if we can move that item C there, and then keep D, the CTE course pathways, the bus transportation. I don't think anyone had any issues with those. Sarah, you wanted to pull for brief discussion the academic calendars. We could move that after.
Yep, great.
Okay. And we're keeping G, the budget amendments, H, caps, I, the River Park Elementary School Phase 2 renovation project. J, Bonnie, is it okay if we pull the additional local revenue plan and do it after our work session item and come back with that one discussion action item?
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay, and then Will, you mentioned wanting to pull the human capital reorganization, if we can do that after the academic calendars.
Would be fine.
Okay, and so that leaves us with overnight athletic field trips as the final consent agenda. So, okay, any other items that board members would like to move to the regular agenda for further discussion? Dr. Felder?
Yes, Chair Doyle, a question about the academic calendars. Where will that move? Only because we have a couple of teachers with us tonight, and I didn't know where that would be shifted to in the agenda in an effort to not have them hanging on too long, if at all possible.
Would you rather move it ahead of our COVID?
I would think so.
Because I think it's going to be short. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. We can put that ahead of our COVID protocol.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt tonight's revised consent agenda? And Deborah, did we adequately adjust the language regarding the personnel report? Did we get it right this time?
Yes, I think that's fine.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Smiley.
Second.
Second from Ms. Hauser. Will?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I think, Brenda, are you with us? She was having internet issues. Okay, so we have 5 who voted for that. Okay, so our first item is actually going to be our academic calendars. So I will pass back to you, Dr. Felder.
Thank you so much. And I understand joining us tonight is Julia Workman from Hillsborough Elementary School and Lindsay Hudskins from Gravely Hill Middle School. And joining them will be Dr. Kathleen Dawson, Deputy Superintendent. And so if we can ensure that they are all unmuted and we can proceed.
Chair Doyle, should I just go ahead with the questions that I had, which are why I pulled it?
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, because I do think it'll be quick. First, I just wanted to say, I thought it was really, this is a huge production every year, creating the calendar. I thought it was really clear in that attachment how you laid out each of the state requirements for the calendar and sort of how we address those. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And one other comment before the questions. I think this calendar is fine as a staff-facing document, but I would just ask that we create a much simpler version for families that's easier to read, fewer colors. As a parent, I would have no idea what AVL was, like just the simple version so parents can see when school is closed. That would be great. The 2 questions, one was, what feedback did we receive on the calendars through that feedback process, and were there any shifts as a result of that?
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. I'm just going to give a brief overview, and good evening, Chair Doyle, Vice Chair Stevens, board members, Dr. Felder. And I do want to just start out by acknowledging that there was a committee representative of all of our schools and some of our central service departments that came together to help put together this calendar. And yes, it is always a monumentous feat to do, just because of all of the logistics and requirements and then trying to meet all of the needs. So just to give an overview before we have Ms. Workman and Ms. Huskins just provide a little bit more detail, we did put out the Google form in an effort to receive more feedback from a broader scope of our stakeholders, and we had 75 responses come in. Majority of them were our staff from our schools and departments, but we did have a number of our families respond as well. And so it was really good, and most of the feedback was positive. And but I'm going to ask Ms. Huskins and Ms. Workman to kind of share some of the things that they also noticed as far as feedback, and then how we did adjust the calendar to take that feedback and to respond to the feedback. So Ms. Huskins and Ms. Workman, please feel free.
Lindsay, would you like me to start, or do you want to start?
Go ahead, Ms. Workman.
So we really appreciated all the feedback from everyone, all the stakeholders, and we looked at each thing that people had put into the feedback sheet, some of the things we were able to make little modifications to and changes to. Some of the things it was sort of, you could do one thing or the other thing. So we talked about what generally we heard from people and what they preferred, and made some choices that way. And then a lot of the questions were things that were just things that you couldn't change, or things that we could just that you couldn't change because of the way the calendar requirements are set up. And then finally, there were some things that people suggested that we suggested that could be taken back to the cabinet. For example, the hours of the school, things that were kind of out of our control, and things that would need to be really more of a school of a cabinet kind of decision, sort of their philosophy. For example, the length of the school day, or deciding which schools start first, if it's the high school or the middle school or the elementary schools. So we did look very carefully at all of the feedback. Does that answer that question pretty well?
It sure does, Ms. Workman. Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you so much, Dr. Felder, by the way, for asking us to be placed a little bit earlier in the agenda. I really appreciate that. And also, school board members, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to respond to your questions about this. We also listened to the feedback of just, like I said, the cabinet as well.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. And
if I may just, Ms. Smiley, just give some specific changes that Ms. Workman is referencing that we did make as a response to the feedback. There was, because we were trying to kind of code the responses, saying where were there some commonalities, and one of them that came in was some concerns about a section of the calendar where, because we tried to have like breaks and pretty consistent for students and staff for teacher work days to give teachers additional planning time, but there was a time period, especially between April and May, where there wasn't necessarily a break, and it was 2 full months, right? It seemed like without a break. So then we did make some adjustments and moved a teacher work day to the first Friday of May to break up those 2 months. So that's an example of where we took some feedback. Another one that we weren't able to do, unfortunately, was the January 3rd. There was a few requests that came in to make that a teacher work day, because January 2nd, that first Monday, was the last holiday. And then, so there was some conversation around a request for January 3rd, but after further discussion, they felt that to do that would break up that week for instruction time, as far as like what the teacher's experience would be. And then also it is giving them that Monday off, and then trying to, if we put a teacher workday there, that would mean a teacher workday would have to come from somewhere else. And then when we looked at the different options, and then being that it was first semester, like there were lots of things, but we did take into consideration. And that one, unfortunately, we just couldn't make it work. So that was one where we couldn't meet a feedback request. And then absolutely what Ms. Workman said, we are, as a district, continuing to take a look at the other biggest concern that came in was the late dismissal for high school. So we're definitely continuing to look at that.
Great. Just to follow up very quickly on what Dr. Felder said, just for specific things, one thing about that January 3rd, it was not going to make it very user-friendly for parents and families. And there were the work days that were right before the Christmas break. So while it would be nice to have a work day then, there are the other work days in December. So it sort of was a balance for those two things. And for some other things that some people said, for example, that November is kind of disjointed, and it really is, but that's because of the way we have Veterans Day and Thanksgiving. So there's some things that you try your best to make the weeks as smooth and not choppy as possible. There was, for example, Election Day, talking about whether that should be a student day or a work day. There's kind of two sides to that. Some people want it to be a work day. Some people would prefer it to be a student day. One thing that we heard was that it's really challenging for schools that have their school as a voting site. And so as it turns out, we decided the best recommendation would be to have that as a student day. We looked at having it as a remote day, but that's really not necessarily the best choice. But in order to address those concerns about safety, We talked about the possibility of beefing up security and having some more people there just to help direct traffic. So it's just a security issue, but as well, it's a traffic issue with car rider. So while we couldn't make everyone happy with that day, we did look at other things that could be done for that. The holiday on Good Friday, we are following sort of the state holidays. We also did talk about if there was a way for us to end the first semester before Christmas, that would definitely be something that we would do. But because of the way the requirements are, we can't start we can't start earlier in August, which would allow us to end the first semester by Christmas. We have talked about getting a waiver about our start date, but we don't really have anything that the state would accept as a reason for a waiver. So we can't really do that. There were some conversations about not having enough student teacher work days and having too many teacher work days. So we were looking at kind of the balance of all of that. We looked at having early release days, and we also looked at having delayed openings as a way to get more of that professional development time in, but we felt that that was not the best choice for families and for children, and also really for teachers. It doesn't feel like you can really get a lot done when you have like a 2-hour early, like if there's an early release and you have a little extra time in the afternoon or in the morning, and it's just not very good for families. So we really did look at everything and tried to consider everything and just try to find sort of the best way to manage the time.
Thank you all so much for just giving us some of those insights into it. Really, it comes out as sort of the simple document, but there are all of these little careful decisions in there that I know you all have thought weighed so carefully. So yeah, thank you for helping with this in the midst of everything else that you're doing for children right now. And Dr. Dawson, that was going to be my other question, was about the bell schedules, especially at the high schools, because I know that's been a real pain point. So and I had asked Dr. Felder you earlier about that over email. And so my understanding is it looks like we are hopefully moving back to an earlier end time for high schools next year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you all so much.
And I do, just real quick, I can't give enough kudos and appreciation to Ms. Huskins and Ms. Workman. While all of our committee members, of course, they were invaluable in their, thought partnership and helping, but these two professionals, I wish there was like something we could give them, because they're really experts in this type of thinking and working, and we couldn't have done it without these two teachers and their help. So I just want to, on behalf of everyone, Ms. Huskins and Ms. Workman, we just want to thank you so much for your expertise and your advocacy for both our students, first and foremost, and our staff. And it made a huge difference in coming up with, I think, based on feedback, a calendar that really works well for both our students and our staff. So I just want to say thank you publicly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dawson. But I think you guys really have given us a gift by giving us an opportunity to give our feedback and to participate in this process. Would you agree, Ms. Huskins?
I do agree. Thank you, Ms. Workman. Thank you, Dr. Dawson.
That's wonderful. Sarah, it sounds like you have your questions answered. Do any other board members have questions for Ms. Huskins, Ms. Workman, Dr. Dawson?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion for Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Smiley. I vote yes. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
And Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
And I think Ms. Stevens is offline, and Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So that is approved. And thank you again for joining us, Ms. Huskin and Ms. Workman. Really appreciate it. All right. And so at this time, I believe, Dr. Felder, we're going to go to our original discussion action item on COVID safety and health updates. Is that correct?
Yes, you are absolutely correct, Chair Doyle. All right. And so before I turn things over to Mr. Aberle, I just want to state that keeping students and staff safe and our schools open for learning 5 days a week continues to be a top priority in the district. The last COVID-19 health and safety updates were presented to the board at your January 10th board meeting. At that time, the Omicron variant was surging. And while transmissions remain high in the community, they are now decreasing. So as a result, last week, we were able to scale back some of our mitigation strategies with regards to fans and performance event limitations. And so with the Omicron variant slowing down and minimal secondary transmissions in our schools as of January 28th, and in consultation with our medical experts at the Orange County Health Department and ABC Science Collaborative, tonight we are recommending that we further scale back our COVID-19 mitigation strategies, which will be shared tonight by Mr. Patrick Aberle, Deputy Superintendent of Operations. So Mr. Aberle, take it away.
All right, thank you, Dr. Felder. Good evening, board members. I also have with me tonight Dwayne Foster, our Director of Athletics, School Health and Operations, and Sylvia Compton, our Director of our School Nursing Program, who's our lead nurse for the district level. So we're going to step through information for you. We have updated a couple items here, but as Dr. Felder said, the Omicron surge is receding. That was a major concern with the number of cases that were being reported starting on January 5th. And we had additional recommendations that were put in place on January 10th as a result of that. And then, but we are seeing the numbers go down as far as the community-wide transmission, which is still high at this time. But the Omicron surge does seem to be receding. There is certainly concerns as far as that variant with the transmissibility, and especially in individuals who also may be asymptomatic, who are vaccinated with breakthrough cases. And so that's what's made it a little more difficult with that variant, is just the transmissibility of it. We have had minimal secondary transmission in schools as of January 28th. I did update our slide deck with information for February 4th. When we submitted our slides, we did not have last week's in. We did have a couple clusters last week, so you will see the increase for those secondary cases as well. We want to focus on following strategies moving forward. We did put out the opportunity for high filtration masks. That's a 3-ply procedure type, surgical type mask for students, non-medical grade. 375 families requested those for students. And then staff, our current count is 415 of our over 1,200 staff members requested an N95 mask. And so those have been distributed as well. And so those are our high filtration masks that we're fielding at this point in time. We do, as was mentioned earlier this evening, do watch and monitor recommendations for masking and the types of mask. And there was information that was shared by the CDC and other health professionals in regard to upgraded high filtration masks. And we thank the board for making this opportunity quickly available for our families once that information was published. And we will continue, if there are families who are listening tonight who are still interested in requesting the high filtration mask, they can do that. There's not a time limit on when families need to request or send that request in. We update our rosters weekly, and so if someone registers, we'll get the rosters updated to the schools and get those distributed. And once families sign up, they do not need to go back and sign up every week for this. It's this sign up for high filtration mask lasts through the end of the school year, which includes up to June 30th. So as we start summer school programs, those students would receive their high filtration mask immediately. The test to stay option, we had enrolled 314 families with the old process. We did move away from, and we're not able to move forward with the vendor that was offering the cheat swab as an analysis for COVID-19 testing on school campuses. There were just several things we could not work through logistically and with the CLIA waivers. And so we have moved away from that. We are using MAKO, M-A-K-O, which is our state vendor that's available for our district and surrounding districts for our region. We have worked with them our COVID administration team that we presented last month, consisting of our school nurses, a COVID captain, athletic directors, athletic trainers, and school district leads have all been trained. With MACO, we have received information on the processes, and we have a letter that's in translation right now to go out to families. So all families that are interested in the test to stay option will need to re-enroll. We'll also reach out directly to the 314 families that had signed up under the old process just to make them aware. But then any new families that wish to sign up and any individuals that want to also opt in for the weekly surveillance testing, we're able to launch that immediately as well. And that's one sign up for both programs, whether it's the test to stay or the weekly surveillance testing. And that also includes staff members as well. MACO has sent out the lock boxes. Those were all installed at the schools. And then we hope to begin with our signups this week, that we should be able to have on-site testing starting Monday the 14th. The additional efforts for the test to stay and the weekly surveillance option are certainly critical as we continue to monitor the spread of COVID-19 at this point in time, and especially as we lead up to and including prior to spring break and just past our break that's coming up in about 6 weeks. We do feel it's important that all of our testing be up and running prior to those point in times, and then we'll certainly revisit testing strategies and the results of that. That'll give us a good estimate of the effectiveness of it, as we'll have it up and running over 30 days by that point in time. And then certainly we'll want to continue our efforts to increase the vaccination rates. Sylvia is going to give you just an update in a few minutes. We weren't able to get it in the slide deck, but an update on our student vaccination rates, which does include boosters. And so we are still continuing to stand up and hold vaccination events, and we'll continue to do that. Although we are limited on having multiple sites. Earlier, we were, in the previous month, we were able to have sites consecutively happening on multiple school campuses on the same day. We're not able logistically to be able to do that, but we still will be having sites that are available on school campuses with follow-up sites 3 weeks later for additional boosters that may be needed for individuals who are coming into the booster window. So our focus will continue to be on boosters. What we're going to back away from is COVID-19 testing for the community. We had 2 testing events this past weekend. They were rescheduled, certainly due to inclement weather, but our site at A.L. Stanback Middle School, there were only 2 individuals who came out for testing last weekend, and I think just over 20 individuals at Gravelly Hill Middle School. And so we're not seeing a big need in the community for additional COVID-19 testing. And again, I think that goes back to the first bullet on the slide deck with the Omicron surge receding. And so we'll continue to focus on our in-school testing programs, whether that's diagnostic or surveillance, but not have or host outside vaccination clinics for the general public. And then, as Dr. Felder mentioned, our goal is to normalize the educational experience. We are moving into the 24th month of the pandemic. I remember meeting with my first operations team meeting was in February of 2020, as we were watching the rising surge of cases coming from the West Coast and other areas based on events that had happened in the United States at that point in time. And so, our goal is to continue to roll back and to continue to put our efforts into the items that you see under the focus strategies at this point in time. Next slide. Our weekly totals for January 28th, these were our totals. Again, just primary cases or confirmed cases. Secondary cases, those in quarantine, presumptive positive. And I'll ask Sylvia at this point in time if she'll just walk through again what, for those who may be listening, what is a primary case versus a secondary case versus someone in quarantine and versus someone that's presumptive positive.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening, board members. So primary case is somebody that we know tested positive for COVID that we could not link to another positive case within the school setting. So therefore, a secondary case is somebody that was identified as a close contact to a primary case. So that person did have linkage to another individual within the school setting that was identified as a close contact. The definition for a close contact has not changed, although we do have some exemptions to exclusion due to maintain in-person learning. So a close contact is identified as any person that was within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes cumulative within that 24-hour period that the positive person was identified to be contagious. So it would be throughout their contagious period and if they were on campus. If they were in school, quarantine then applies to the person that did have that close contact, but did not fall under the exemption to exclusion. The exemptions to exclusions are both parties fully masked at all times, vaccination status, so are they fully vaccinated? Booster, we did have quite a few changes with strong schools from December 30th through January 10th. And the final outcome for boosters, we're now only looking for boosters for those that are eligible that are 18 and over. Eligibility also coincides with the last date of their vaccination and which vaccine did they get. So for example, Moderna and Pfizer, you have to be 5 full months from your second vaccination in order to be eligible for your booster. Johnson & Johnson's is 2 full months. So we're only looking for the ages of 18 and over at this time. And that was a change to strong schools as of January 7th. And then we moved forward. Presumptive positives are the cases that we're still finding within the school setting. Anybody could be staff or student that come to us with symptoms of COVID. There is a nice list that we have to go by still that has not changed. So that's where we go into the presumptive positives. We do ask for those folks to go ahead and get tested. If you're able to test and you do test negative with a PCR, you will be allowed to come back into school or the school setting within those 5 days of the isolation period. Antigen testing at this moment is only for those that may have tested positive with a PCR 90 days prior. If they become symptomatic again, then we would ask for a negative antigen test. And this is on a case-by-case basis. And we do review this with our local health department as well.
And I think that's one of the important pieces, thank you, Sylvia, of parents registering, signing up for the free testing that's available within the school. So as there may be some testing that's required, they're not needing to go find or sign up in the community for that. We can do both that diagnostic antigen and PCR testing within the school setting. Next slide. And so these are the updated numbers. Sylvia, if you'll stay on as well. So this is, thank you, Ms. Smiley, for, I think you had a couple questions that we were able to make some changes to, but just wanted to go ahead and provide the updated information as of February 4th. So this is a comparison, and there certainly was some secondary cases based on some clusters reported last week at the elementary level, and then high schools secondary cases. I believe those were as a result of 2 athletic programs. Sylvia, do you want to talk about the elementary cases, if what we can discuss publicly?
Absolutely. So as you can imagine, this is a very large task when we're doing contact tracing, and a large number that you see there. And the reason for that is it's over several days and even over a week that we are able to connect cases to others. And that's what we did. Along with the school nurse and our local health department, we interview the positive cases as well as the supervising adults with the teachers, the bus drivers, administrators, and that's how that number came into account there. So primary case with 1 positive person, we were able to connect several areas of overlapping, either through grade levels, siblings that might live in the same home but go to different classes, as well as riding the bus or attending after school care as well. And again, that was a decision that was made by our local health department with input from all these areas. Same thing with the athletic department. Once, even if we're identified, clusters, you have to have a secondary case of transmission. And you have to connect at least 5 to each other. Even though that's a large number, they still consider that one cluster because the linkage can be made within a 28-day window.
And so even though the secondary cases have increased, that there's still just a small number of actual clusters that have been reported. And so because those result in numbers greater than 5, you're seeing the secondary cases. We would expect that to go down as the community transmission is reduced, and that we are completing the contact tracing of the primary cases from previously. Next slide. We did want to provide a comparison for the 7-day metrics, and this should have said percent positivity for the positivity rates. I think we still need to update that abstract in Assembly, but these are the 7-day metrics as of February 1st for Orange County, and then the percent populations with 5+ that are fully vaccinated. We wanted to just show where we stand as a county, but as a region as well, where we're at with our efforts. And today's number for the percent positive for Orange County is 15.96. So you can see from February 1st, we've dropped from 19.09 to 15.96. And I think that further indicates, the Omicron surge is going down. Our percent positive, again, leads the region right now. And as Sylvia said, we're making every efforts to not only get individuals vaccinated, but also the booster shots. And that's, again, for the younger age students, we're still within that window of a fairly recent addition of having vaccinations available. Next slide. And so we do have, if you'll back up one slide, I'm sorry, before we get to recommendations, I did want Sylvia to give, as we're talking about the case counts and numbers. Sylvia, if you could give an update on the vaccination rates for the student populations at the school levels, and then I'll give an update on our athletic vaccination rates.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I also just wanted to let the board know we do have a pediatric COVID vaccine clinic set up this week at New Hope Elementary, February 9th, from 3:30 to 7:30 p.m. So this information I'm going to give you was just obtained this following week. We worked very diligently to collect all of this information. Good news is the numbers have gone up for vaccination status. Virtual Academy, fully vaccinated, we have 29.7%. Partially vaccinated, 1.7%. Unvaccinated is 70.9%. Partnership Academy, fully vaccinated, we have 34.4%. Partially is 18.8%. Unvaccinated is 46.9%. Orange High School, fully vaccinated, we have 59.5%. Partially vaccinated, 7.9%. Unvaccinated, 37.3%. Cedar Ridge High School, fully vaccinated, we have 69.3%. Partially vaccinated, 5.4%. Unvaccinated, 31.6%. Gravely Hill Middle School, fully vaccinated, 42.9%. Partially vaccinated, 7.7%. Unvaccinated is 49.4%. Orange Middle School, fully vaccinated, 41.8%. Partially vaccinated, 6.2%. Unvaccinated is 52%. A.L. Standback Middle School, fully vaccinated, 54.5%. Partially vaccinated, 7.5%. Unvaccinated is 38%. Hillsborough Elementary, fully vaccinated, 59.3%. Partially vaccinated, 6.7%. Unvaccinated is 39%. New Hope Elementary, fully vaccinated is 34.5%. Partially vaccinated is 9.7%. Unvaccinated is 55.8%. River Park Elementary, fully vaccinated is 52.8%. Partially vaccinated is 10.6%. Unvaccinated is 36.6%. Eflin Cheeks Global, fully vaccinated 16.2%. Partially vaccinated is 8.6%. Unvaccinated is 75.2%. Pathways Elementary, fully vaccinated 23.9%. Partially vaccinated is 8.1%. Unvaccinated is 68%. Central Elementary, fully vaccinated is 25.3%. Partially vaccinated is 9.1%. Unvaccinated is 56.6%. Grady Brown Elementary, fully vaccinated is 32.8%. Partially vaccinated is 8.5%. Unvaccinated is 58.7%. So our district-wide student population for Orange County, Hillsborough, fully vaccinated would be 47.1%. Partially vaccinated is 7.69%. Unvaccinated would be 54.29%.
Thank you for that update, Sylvia. I know that was quite a bit of numbers by school breakdowns. We'll make sure that report is available to you, and we can add that back to the public document as well. For student athletic vaccination rates, we have moved into our winter sports season. Dwayne Foster's here as well. Dwayne, I'm not sure if you have the numbers, but I'll go ahead and give the update here, and then if you want to add anything to it. Cedar Ridge High School, our athletic vaccination rate is 78.9% of 128 athletes. Orange High School is 72% for 186 athletes. A.L. Standback is 31% for 103 athletes. Gravely Hill is 55% for 70 athletes. And Orange Middle School is 69% for 128 athletes. Mr. Foster, if you have anything you want to add?
No, this is absolutely correct. Thank you for sharing those numbers.
So with that, we've given you a snapshot of where we are as a district. Again, certainly still high community transmission. Positivity rate is dropping. We do have continued monitoring of cases, and wanted to just make sure you had all the updated information related to vaccination statuses as we move into recommendations. If you can go to the next slide, please. So our recommendations for this evening, this is in compliance with Senate Bill 654, requiring the monthly mask update and vote by the board. At this time, we are recommending that we go back to optional masking outdoors, and indoors masking continue to be required. Several times on slides this evening, we wanted to clarify that, as Sylvia mentioned, there are different individuals, whether it's staff or students, who have been cleared to come back to a campus, but may be required to have additional masking for an additional period of time, such as 5 days. And so if an individual falls under that category, then these recommendations would not apply. They would be required to be masked, both indoors and outdoors. Students do not eat in isolation. They would be allowed to take their mask off for a limited period of time to eat. And then staff members would be required to eat in an area not exposed to other individuals. So that's our mask update. For meals, 40 degrees and above, the meals outdoors, talking would be allowed with no time limits outdoors. We do have our tents that have been installed on all the elementary campuses, middle school campuses, and high school campuses were delivered, and the teams are working on that. So we do have additional coverage outdoors as we are consuming meals outside. Indoors, we would limit to 15 minutes without the mask off, and they could talk indoors when the masks are off. And again, just as a reminder, the 15 minutes is not when I'm on my way to the cafeteria. It's not when I'm standing in line, going through the line. It's not when I'm walking to the table. It's actually when I get down to sit with my meal and I take the mask off to start consuming. That's when the 15 minutes begins and ends for the mealtime. Next slide. Recess, there would be no time limitations, and mask would be optional outdoors, required indoors. Inclement weather days, they do recess inside. And again, we've got the mandated for individuals that are required to wear a mask indoors and outdoors. Physical distancing, 3 feet to the extent possible indoors in classrooms or other group settings. We recognize that, it's impossible. Just wanted to clarify, when students are in hallways, for instance, it's impossible to maintain 3 feet of physical distancing at that point in time. But to the extent possible, we would still maintain the 3 feet of distancing. However, you might start to see the floor stickers and other things being removed in schools very soon here. Next slide. Sports for visitors and guests. And again, this is for non-students. There would be no fan limitations at events. Concessions would be allowed for indoors and outdoors, and then masks required indoors and optional outdoors. So there would be no limitations on visitors and guests to sporting events. In events and performances for visitors and guests, there would be no spectator or guest limitations. We simply would just follow what we did prior to the pandemic. If you have 600 seats, then you fill your capacity at 600 seats. If it's 200 seats, you fill your capacity to 200 seats. The venue really dictates, based on the fire code and what the space is rated for, is what we would be using for our capacities. Concessions would be allowed indoors and outdoors, and then masks required indoors and optional outdoors. Next slide. I think that was it. So those should be also listed in Assembly for you if you want to discuss or talk through each one, or vote on them as a group. Questions or comments?
Okay, board members, I want to ask you for questions and comments. I do want to ask for one clarification, Mr. Abele, and thank you for this presentation. Could there, or maybe Ms. Compton, if you could just state one more time for the general public and to make sure everyone's on the same page on the value of test to stay, and who that benefits. So, I believe that serves our unvaccinated students who may have had maybe an exposure during lunch or something. Can you explain exactly how it works? And at this point, what is the frequency of testing for people who opt in to test to stay?
Absolutely. Thank you. So test to stay, the benefit for that is as I discussed earlier, we have primary, secondary, presumptive positives, and those under quarantine. So if under the exception that Strong Schools and our local health department has adopted with the state, this person does not have to quarantine due to an exposure, this would not fall for that person. This is for the staff or student that it would have had an exposure within the school setting that would then need to not attend school for a minimum of 5 days after this exposure. If that person opts in, what would happen is the following morning after the exposure, we identified them as an exposure, they would get tested the first day after the exposure and then the 5th day. If that 5th day fell on a weekend, so in other words, if it fell, let's say on Saturday, we would test them on the 4th day, which would be Friday. If the 5th day fell on the Sunday, then they would get tested on that Monday, which would be the 6th day. So it would be testing twice, immediately after being aware of the exposure, and then just before they come off of that 5-day quarantine period that they would have had to have stayed home for, that they're now being allowed to be in school. If they test positive with any one those 2 tests, then they would have to go home and they would be on isolation. Then it would turn into a secondary case.
2 of our biggest areas where students fall into a required quarantine categories when the masks are off for eating or out for recess. And so as we start to roll back requirements and make more masking optional, that test to stay becomes more valuable because of the number of individuals who would be required possibly to quarantine based on not having a mask on and being exposed.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, board members with questions. I see Will's hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Carrie that we just go one by one through these and just have the discussion, vote, and just move through these.
Okay, that's fine with me. Bonnie, do you have any general questions before we start doing that? Do people have general questions or comments before we start doing that?
Yes, I have a couple of general questions. First, I'm getting a question about the testing. We're testing vaccinated and unvaccinated kids at this point. Are we only testing unvaccinated kids?
For the athletic programs, it is strictly unvaccinated. For the opt-in testing, the test to stay, or their surveillance testing, the opt-in would include vaccinated or unvaccinated.
And a parent has to give permission.
That is correct. All student testing, including the athletic testing, it's part of the eligibility requirement. The parents still would need to sign up in order for us to conduct the test.
Okay. I'm getting questions from the COVID captains who are saying they're having trouble getting the 3-ply masks, the high filtration masks that they've asked for them. They're not getting them to the schools or the families. I wonder if there's a problem or if there's a date, if there's a supply problem or anything else.
No, I would just, we're in direct contact with our COVID captains, so they need to reach out to me or our office and we can get that corrected.
Okay, so they should reach out to you directly. Okay, that'd be great. The vaccination numbers, I missed. What was the effective date of the vaccination rates for the schools?
Yes, ma'am. We started collecting data again last week, Tuesday, and ended on Friday.
So it's current. It's effective last week.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have a general question about testing, because the world, it's kind of this overall shift to normalcy. So I was surprised when I read that UNC Health has stopped testing people unless they were showing symptoms. So for example, if you went into the hospital and you had a broken arm, in the old days, they test you. If you tested positive for COVID, you'd be counted on the positive COVID cases. Now, if you're not presenting COVID symptoms, they don't test you. They don't care. You could have COVID, you may not, they don't care. So how does that affect us? How does that affect how we look at testing and when we presume, when we have presumptive positives and stuff like that? So how should we look at this? Because I'll just say, it feels like everybody's got COVID at this point, and how do we deal with that? And no judgment, trying to figure out how to understand it.
Can't speak for everyone, but I don't have COVID. So I'm not sure what the UNC hospital is doing and what their protocols are. We continue to follow the guidance in the Strong Schools Toolkit and from the local health professionals who both, state that, the testing strategies are the way we should be focusing our time and attention right now, is getting the testing programs up and running and monitoring. I am concerned as we move into the spring next 6-week time period, although we have Omicron that is reducing. We don't know other strains that may be cropping up, but we do know what happens in the spring. Folks travel more. We're going to have a break in our schedule. We know there's more outdoor gatherings, time at the park, time in the neighborhoods, etc. And so I don't think it's a wasted effort based on the research and the information that's presented in the Strong Schools Toolkit for us to continue moving forward with the recommendations to get the testing programs up and running. And like I said, I believe leading up to and coming back from spring break, we really should have that as an option and a strategy for the school district. Certainly we need to review it at that point in time, and then think about for the next period of time, the 4 to 9 weeks, what does that strategy look like? And do we need to do it as often, especially with surveillance testing, or just move back to diagnostic only?
Okay. Sarah?
Thanks. One thing I'm wondering about, I mean, I am just really concerned about these vaccination rates, especially in the elementary schools, especially in our Title I schools. And so I was hoping you could speak a little bit more to what you said we're putting efforts into that. Like, what are we doing that is different that's going to shift this? Because my concern is, even right now, but even as we roll things back, the kids who are most likely to be impacted are more disadvantaged students in our Title I schools. And I'm really, really concerned about that. So what are we doing about student vaccinations?
So I'll just go ahead, Dr. Felder.
It's Sylvia. I'm sorry. I was just going to, so what has currently occurred within Orange County is that we had our state vendor that was approved through our local health department that we have been working with, which is StarMed. StarMed is no longer in the county. Mako is now coming in, and they are now set up over by the social service building where StarMed was to do testing for COVID. So we are now have been put in touch with Optum Healthcare through our local health department. Optum is starting to take over to do vaccination sites for us. They can only do one site per evening, and they have to have a 5-day notice, as well as they have to go inspect the site. So it takes them about 2 to 3 days to even approve a date and a location. We are working with them. We do have 2 planned sites coming up at our local elementary schools, but it's just a matter of them approving those dates. So at this point, we're still trying to set up vaccination clinics at the elementary level as well.
And so there are specific targeted efforts and vaccinations that will be occurring on those campuses. Certainly, one of the items we need to look at is the date and time for those, whether it's parents getting off work or coming back in the evening, and how we might be able to address some of the barriers that parents may be having to getting the vaccinations. But right now, it certainly is having the clinics in those local communities where those schools are located.
I'm glad that you're looking at that. And I do wonder about the education piece and the ability to have questions answered about the vaccines for children, and whether there's more we could be doing there, either via the school. Well, the school nurses are so busy, but if there's any sort of public education piece that could be addressed.
I think that's a great suggestion. I'm happy to hold a town hall or a Zoom call or a virtual call, or just however else we can outreach to families to help and assist with additional information.
I just wanted to insert in that. I think leveraging the PTAs is a method to help get that information out, whether it's static information or the meeting. I think the PTAs could greatly help in getting information out and answering a lot of the questions as well.
Okay. And we probably have more questions, but we do have to proceed through our agenda as we can. Are there more questions people have before we consider taking these steps?
Terry, are we going to be discussing each of these items as well? Because
we can do that.
I have other questions, but they're maybe specific to, okay.
We can do that. So the first item on the list is making masks optional outdoors, but required indoors. Sarah?
Yeah, so I'll just share what my questions are here. And some of it, I think it does come back to the broader, but I'll have a broader reaction, I think, first to these, which is I was very proud this fall when we took a very stepwise and deliberate process to roll back mitigation strategies aligned to community transmission rates and considering those things in a very clear way. So at certain points, having that grid, right, of when we're in high, this is what it'll look like. And when we're in moderate, this is what it'll look like. That made a lot of sense to me, and it was very logical. I have a lot more trouble understanding these recommendations and sort of the why and how they work. So last time we removed masks outdoors, in the November 8th meeting, it was because we had gotten to moderate community transmission. And that was sort of how it was framed. And we have like 18 times as much community transmission as we did at that point. And we have a lot more secondary cases in school. I'm counting 30 secondary cases off of 60 primary cases, and 5 or 6 clusters right now. And so I am much more comfortable personally with a logic of rolling back mitigation that is associated with vaccination rates, community transmission, some of these metrics in a metricsy way, right? I'm concerned about the goal to normalize the educational experience over 6 to 8 weeks and putting a time frame on it, as opposed to a community transmission and vaccination rates time frame with certain strategies. So I just, when we talked about the outdoor masking in January, we talked about concerns about stigmatizing the kids who are required to wear them. We talked about the additional effort it takes for staff to have to monitor which of those students those are. We talked about the additional sort of risks of quarantines and secondary cases. And I don't know, I understand that, obviously COVID is dropping rapidly, which is amazing. But I don't understand the logic of this right now, given the case rate. And given the things that we were talking about a month ago in terms of why we thought it was important to still have outdoors masking at this point.
Yes, great wonderings and questions, Mrs. Smiley. I can tell you, as I'm sure you know, this continues to evolve. And we had, as we typically have had, conversations with the medical experts who are well-versed in COVID-19 and infectious diseases. And this was a recommendation that was made, that we are in a place now to be able to dial back masking outdoors while still maintaining mask compliance indoors, as well as the other recommendations that are here. So they were certainly made in a collaboration with the medical experts that we continue to collaborate with, who have been brought before the board numerous times. I know that the community metrics were taken into consideration, as well as our transmission rates within our schools was also taken into consideration. But again, this was the recommendation from the medical experts, and they're the recommendations that we're bringing forward to the board tonight. So.
Okay. I see your hand up, Will. So I see. Okay. Do you have a question, Will, or you wanting to make a motion?
Well, I just wanted to say that I support this. I'm glad to see it coming forward. One of the big changes we have is the ability for our elementary students to have vaccinations. This doesn't prevent somebody from wanting to wear a mask or concerned to do that. And so I fully support it. I'm not going to motion because if there's another question, I want to definitely let somebody speak before that.
I do support this as well. I do think doing the masks outdoors again in January was an extra precaution. I'm glad we've gotten through that peak of the Omicron variant. So I'm supportive of this as well. I do want to ask one more time, Mr. Obley, because I know sometimes this has been, some of the logistics of implementing have caused delays. do we actually have an active test to stay program right now, even though we're having to change vendors?
No, the ones who are getting tested are using the community sites, not
Okay.
the school sites.
So they can test to stay, they just can't test to stay on site yet.
Correct, because of the CLIA
Okay.
waiver and not
Right.
having the sign off for us to be able to do that with switching over the vendors. And so, you know, we've had folks who test, but they just test with one of the community sites.
So Mr. Abalay, you may want to speak to the fact that, you know, the staff who will be implementing the test to stay program have all been trained. As Mr. Abalay mentioned, all the materials that we need are in place. We are just waiting for approval on that CLIA waiver, and we can stand up our program.
Yeah, once we have folks registering, which is important for folks to register with the links that'll be going out in the communication to families, that will let our vendor know exactly how much testing supplies to go ahead and start shipping us. They won't ship until they see the new registrations start to populate. So we'll be getting supplies in, and that's both. We'll have both available options: the rapid antigen and the PCR testing.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions about the mask one, or should we vote on this piece? I don't see any other questions.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
a motion from Will and a second from Bonnie. Sarah?
No.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. And Will
Yes.
and Bonnie.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure Vice Chair Stevens is still unable to be here right now. So I think that's what we have. We're 5 people. Okay, so the outdoor mask optional passes, keeping the indoor mask. And this part is about meals. And so this is basically allowing talking during mealtime. When it's indoors, it's still limited time, 15 minutes, no time limits outside. Is there anything else that you want to say about that, Dr. Felder, before we have
No, ma'am.
discussion around that? Okay. Any board members with questions around meals?
Sarah's got her hand up.
Sarah, sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yes, I'd just like to understand what's changed about this one, because this has been really consistent from the beginning of the pandemic. And particularly now that we have students coming back after 5 days who've tested positive, who might still, if I'm understanding correctly, might still be in the infectious window. I would just love to know what has changed in this to cause this recommendation.
So if I may insert here that, again, Mrs. Smiley, we met with the medical experts, again, the ABC Science Collaborative, the Orange County Health Department, and they were in full support of this particular recommendation with regards to students eating indoors. It still is a limitation of 15 minutes, but students would have the option to speak during those 15 minutes. Again, as I stated at the top of this, you know, the whole pandemic and what we know about the pandemic continues to evolve. The Omicron, as you know, variant is not where it was previously. And while our vaccination rates are not where we would like them to be in all of our schools, the vaccine is certainly available, and as a community, the rates are going down. So there were a number of factors that were shared, but overall, this was a recommendation. When we meet with and have discussions with these medical experts, we go through each of these items that we typically bring to the board. We talk about masking, we talk about universal masking, indoors, outdoors. Where are we with Omicron? And what would the recommendation be from the experts who live and breathe infectious diseases every day. And these were the recommendations that they brought forth. Again, they're recommendations. We do not have to accept the recommendations, but in this case, and we haven't always accepted the recommendations, but we do believe that these are the right recommendations for such a time as this.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I am very grateful that you consult with experts in public health and medicine. Very often when we're making these decisions, we've had them on the call with studies that sort of back up the choices we're making. We have, again, 30 secondary cases off of 60 primary cases and like 5 or 6 clusters right now. And so for me personally, I can't vote to support these things without that additional level of information as a board member.
Well, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, our medical experts were not available to join us tonight. Hopefully they can attend the next meeting. But that invitation was extended.
Will?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm in support of this as well. We've had these discussions with Dr. Benjamin, where he showed the chart and showed us at the very end of risk averse. I'm glad to see we are looking at the science more and engaging them on what the possibilities are, especially knowing that there's no science behind the outdoor eating outside and transmissions. So I gladly support this.
Okay. I think the other factor for myself is, in January, there was the risk to students. At some point, there is some personal family choice in, getting vaccinated, having your child masked. We also were I was really concerned about staff capacity. We were short nursing staff. And, all the people who had to do the case tracking were just exhausted and overwhelmed. And we've been able to hire people. We have COVID captains at every school. And as the stress system, as was mentioned, we hosted a testing event and hardly anyone came because tests are available again. And when we came back from Christmas, people were waiting like a week to get tested. And so everything was overstressed, and it just doesn't seem like we're there anymore. And, Dr. Felder's recommending that her staff can handle this degree of uncertainty. And so I also support this. Any other board members with comments or questions? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, a motion from Will and a second from Bonnie. Sarah?
No.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. And Will?
Yes.
And Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay, so that one also passes. So that was meals. Then the third one is recess with no time limitations, masks optional outdoors, required indoors, except when someone is under the special rules of needing to be masked because they've been for 5 days or whatever it is, according to the health department when they come back. Comments or questions about recess? Go ahead, Sarah.
A quick question on this one. One of the concerns I thought we had before about this was compromising individuals' medical information by singling them out as being required to wear a mask. How are we solving for that concern?
One of the things we noticed when we had optional masking previously was that there were a number of students and staff who still chose to wear, across every tier, mask outdoors. And so we will likely experience that again. But again, this recommendation is brought tonight in full consultation with the medical experts that we have been engaging with since the onset of this pandemic. Nothing has changed with regards to that. So again, it's with their recommendation and approval that these recommendations are being brought forth.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, a motion from Will. Any further discussion? Okay, Bonnie?
Second.
Bonnie, okay, motion from Will, second from Bonnie. Sarah?
No.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. Will
Yes.
and Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Physical distancing, 3 feet to the extent possible indoors in classrooms or other group settings. No physical distancing requirements outdoors. Comments or questions on this one?
I have a question. Is this not what we're doing already? This is what I thought we were doing.
So it is, but it does further clarify that it's indoors in the classrooms or other group settings. What the way it was referenced before was indoors to the extent possible, and just clarifying that that would be the classroom or other group settings. There are areas within school buildings that we're just not able to continue physical distancing, and then especially with groups or individuals coming into events and venues, we would not be having physical distancing indoors anymore for those as well. So it is a slight change. From the students' perspective, it may not change that much, but we felt like it was substantial enough just to clarify as a topic tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion from Will.
Second.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Jennifer. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Second from Jennifer. Bonnie?
Yes.
Sarah?
No.
Okay, I vote yes. Will
Yes.
and Jennifer.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's number 4. So now we're on to sports, visitors and guests. No fan limitations, concessions allowed indoors and outdoors, mask required indoors, optional outdoors. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Will.
So this is where I'll say my board comments. I've raised concerns about this for several weeks since it was implemented originally. There's no science behind the spectators. I'm very concerned with the impact of the family, so I'm very pleased to see this. I know that I've seen some pictures from families that had to wait out in the parking lot because they had 2 kids and they couldn't go in when there are only 13 people in the gym. The social emotional stress to our students, whether it's the athletes or the student body, not being able to cheer and show spirit. I know coaches, administrators having to explain why spectators can't come into the gym. So I am fully in support of removing this and having our concessions back open again for our families.
Okay. Anybody else? Sarah?
I'll just make a brief comment that I was glad when the district decided to increase the number of spectators from 2 to 4 for each family. And I would be supportive of something more like what was proposed this fall, where there were levels of distancing and capacity and concessions according to our rates of community transmission. And that's not what this is. And so this is not something that I'm going to be able to support. And I would love, as we normalize the educational experience to pre-pandemic levels over the next however many weeks, I do not think we should make a promise to people. I would love to see that better tied to school vaccinations and community transmission rates.
Mr. Oblade, do you mind joining us again to speak to any capacity issues or concern with stress if we have a full bunch of fans?
Yeah, we went through when we moved from 2 to 4, several different scenarios and discussions, especially at the middle school level. Our middle schools have bleachers on one side of the gyms. And so whether you have a capacity restriction of 50%, 70%, when you go to 4 fans, you pretty much are exceeding all of those levels. It makes it very difficult to designate who is, as Mr. Atherson made comments, who is getting in, who is not, even though we had the additional allowance. You know, if I brought 2 people with me when it was 4 and somebody else had a 5th, you know, they could make some accommodations. In reality, it just doesn't work. And so trying to minimize the amount of stress to families, but also support staff, monitoring and really, you know, handling the events. The recommendation was not to have limitations. Now, we also recognize certainly anyone coming out to these events understands we don't provide or guarantee it's a COVID-free experience. I mean, we're asking folks to put a mask on. We're getting folks to understand, you know, we're still doing what we can to mitigate, but trying to be respectful to the individuals that are wanting to come out to the events, and also having the availability, you know, based on space. In some cases, like at our high schools, we wouldn't get to some of our winter sports close to 50% capacity. But at our middle schools, it would be more difficult. And then when we switch the band or other performances, you know, there'd be a different standard based on the gym, the auditorium, and whether there was 50 people in a choir or 12 people in a play. Again, one of the items that the health director and I discussed and we presented in a previous board meeting was when we have different standards for every different area in events and different types of events, and whether it's an athletic event or it's a band concert or choir concert or a play or a PTA night, whatever it is, when we have different standards, schools can't implement it when it's a different number and a different role and different physical distancing, et cetera. So we recognize there may be some more risk involved with this, but it does allow for implementation in the fairest means possible, considering we're 19 months into a pandemic, and putting in, you know, the strategies that we do recognize. And we still publicize and state, you know, the CDC recommendation that anyone that finds themselves in a public place, a crowded situation with other individuals, should be vaccinated and should wear a mask. And so we'll continue to emphasize that. But we do feel at this point in time, you know, this is a better direction to head for both indoors and outdoors, and provides consistency for implementation.
Thank you so much. That really helps understand, helps me understand. Bonnie?
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. I just want to just make a comment that unlike school, where our kids really do need to show up every day and our teachers need to show up every day, with these events, it is strictly optional. So visitors and guests can make their own decisions about their risk to themselves and their families. And if they feel that it's too risky, they don't have to come. So I think it's really important to respect their choice or their ability to make a choice about risk for themselves.
And I will say, you know, we're still putting mitigation strategies in place. When I attended a basketball game at one of our middle schools, you know, last week, we had 6 air purifiers running the entire time in the gymnasium. So, you know, it's not that we're not continuing with other mitigation strategies during these events.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Sarah, do you have another question?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate that last point and the points you're making, Ms. Drobely. A lot of what's informing all of my votes here are concerns, not just about people sort of opting into things and getting COVID from it, but also the impact on student learning when students are identified as a close contact, need to quarantine, or get COVID as a result of any of this rolling back things in an environment where we have over 900 cases per 100,000 in the past week, according to the CDC.
Motion
Will,
to approve.
Okay. A motion from Will. I couldn't hear the second.
Second.
Second from Jennifer. Bonnie,
Yes.
Sarah.
No.
Okay, I vote yes. Will,
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Okay, and so well, they're on the slide together, but do you want to have a separate vote? Were we doing sports and events together?
I had listed them as a separate item in the agenda. I think you should continue as you have done for the previous.
Okay, so if there aren't any further questions about how this applies to events, we could take a motion on events.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion from Will,
Second.
second from Bonnie. Jennifer?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
No.
Okay, I vote yes. Will?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do we, so we're voting on number 7 as well. Health and safety requirements for students may be more restrictive or less restrictive by campus indoors based on student vaccination rates and or secondary.
Madam Chair, I
vote
did
on?
not put that on tonight's recommendation list because that was already previously approved by the board and there's no change to the recommendation
Excellent.
that you approved previously.
Great, thank you so much. Okay. So thank you, everybody, for your conversation discussing. I realize there are differences of opinion, and so I appreciate our courteous and respectful meeting and everyone weighing in. And so I think at this time, Dr. Felder, we're going to hear first about the online academy and then the human capital reorganization. And then we're going to go to our information item and close with the final discussion action about the additional local revenue. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay, great. So I will pass it to you. And I believe it was Bonnie who had questions about the online academy piece.
Okay, so thank you.
Mhm. I just had, so I appreciate and understand the decision to terminate the online academy. It is benefiting some of our students. And I just wondered if we're exploring the option of our students being able to use the North Carolina virtual public school to supplement their Orange County school experience. So that would be a way for them to keep them in our schools, but give them at least a partial online experience.
Yes, so I am actually going to ask Dr. Dawson to join in, but I can tell you that we have students now, both in the OCS Online Academy as well as in our secondary schools who participate in the NCVPS. Did I get it right? Public schools? I think that's it. Close. All right. In terms of taking courses online through the state's virtual school. So that is already underway. But what we've heard from our students, particularly at the high school levels, that they want even more options. So that is something that we are going to explore and hope to be able to provide to them for next school year. But yes, students are already engaged, both in the online academy and in the brick and mortar schools.
Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Will.
So one question I had, Dr. Felder, around the online academy, as I've read through a lot of the comments that families have submitted, I wonder if it would be valuable to also ensure that all the families of the online academy also know about Partnership Academy, because there were several people that mentioned it being a much more focused environment and being more receptive, to smaller group settings. And I just wonder, I won't propose that that's the answer, but I think it's worth at least mentioning it to other families about that option and to see if that could possibly be a fit as well.
Thank you for that recommendation.
Good idea. So motion to approve superintendent's motion. I'm sorry, I thought we were done.
No, that's okay, Bonnie, but I don't know if Sarah had a question or was going to make a motion.
I just had one additional suggestion, which was I think as students transition back to home schools or maybe even a different home campus than the one they left a couple of years ago, if we could have like our counseling teams and folks like do some thoughtful transition of students back. It seemed like the online option appealed to some students who had maybe some more challenges socially and some of those things. And yeah, just helping those. And it's not a lot of students, helping them transition, being really attentive to their sense of belonging.
Yes, thank you for that, and know that we are going to map out a transition plan. Fortunately, we have the time to do that, but yes, thank you.
So motion to approve recommendation to terminate the online academy next year.
Jennifer?
Discontinue.
Okay, so a motion from Bonnie. Jennifer, were you going to make a motion or were you going to say something else?
No, it's fine. I had a question, but it's okay.
Oh, no, go ahead with your question.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump. I can't see Jen. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Dr. Felder, do you mind, can you tell us some of the criteria that was used for the recommendation?
Sure. And again, I will ask Dr. Megan Doyle and Dr. Dawson to certainly fill in anything that I left out, but we did look at data. We looked at student achievement data. We looked at attendance data. So those were among the data that we looked at. We also surveyed families, and yeah, there were some concerns, particularly at the elementary level, with regards to student achievement in particular. So again, certainly want to applaud the efforts of Michelle Fournier, the school's principal. She did a phenomenal job, and Mr. Farrington, who led the school at its inception, also did an outstanding job. But those were some of the concerns, and our ability to be able to address those things and to do it well is of concern for next school year. So it was for those reasons that we decided that it would be in the best interest not to continue the online academy. And then also when we think about why we stood the online academy up, in wanting to provide a virtual option for families, particularly families who had concerns about COVID, and talk about evolving in terms of where we were at the beginning of or end of last year, school year, going into this school year. There were a number of concerns. And we could not provide a virtual option for families unless it was through a standalone school. And so again, in wanting to provide that choice, we did that. But we don't think it's one that we should continue this year, given what the data show.
Okay, thank you. And one more comment. I know, Bonnie, you're ready to make a motion, or you've already made it, but there's a lot. I know, Dr. Felder, we've talked about, there's a lot of transitioning that happens in the spring. And I think as a board, it'd be good for us to hear when the time is right about all the different communication that we put out to families, because there are lots of choices as they're signing up for classes, as they're moving from middle school to high school. There are different options, and it's a lot of we offer a lot of great options, which is a plus. And then just making sure that we're communicating all those options. And this kind of ties into that too. So kudos to your staff for all the efforts they're doing at increasing communication. Okay, so Bonnie made a motion. Anyone want to second the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion from Bonnie and a second from Sarah. Will?
Yes.
I vote yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that recommendation passes. Okay, and so now we have, Will had raised some questions about the human capital reorganization. So Dr. Felder, I'll pass that back to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Atherton?
Yes. So I wanted to say that I know we've got a lot going on in the district. We're in highly unusual times. We've got, some of our students population has shrunk. We've got, being held harmless this year. Next year, we know we're not. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do and not do. I personally have real concerns with adding another HR person in the district at this point, given everything else that's going on. We have our salary study that we're about to talk about. We're going to have to pay for that. We were able to give the HR department raises earlier this year. And so I just have real concerns with us not doing this holistically with the rate study and the overall plan for next year. I do know from the feedback that we're going to use, or the plan is to use lap salaries and then allocate a head count. But again, I still have concerns doing that given the district level versus school levels and everything else going on. But that's just the concern I have with this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Atherton, for sharing. With regards to the raises, just a reminder that those raises were made possible using funds within that department and the finance department. New funding sources weren't tapped to create that. And the reason for the request is to help ensure that we're able to recruit and hire and retain staff, especially given the current state across this country with the dearth. To have someone who is laser-like focused on recruiting, hiring, and retaining staff. And so the additional position is actually a coordinator position that's going to take some of the responsibilities that the person who's currently engaged in recruiting, hiring, and retaining and supporting new teachers, take some of those duties off of that person's plate so that the person coming in to lead the recruiting, hiring, retaining, and supporting new teachers work can do that and give that their all, because that's exactly what's going to be needed. We don't want to go into the next school year in the way that we found ourselves this year, and that's with a number of vacancies. And so we have an opportunity here, and it's going to be a heavy lift to fill that, the recruiting work that's going to be needed in the district. So Ms. Hatch, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to add, but this would be an opportunity if you do.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Board members, and Dr. Felder. Dr. Felder, thank you for that information. And yes, you are correct. What we are asking is just to the one position that would be funded would be the licensure / substitute coordinator position that would take some of the licensure, take the licensure piece. As the current position is currently posted, we do have a director of staffing and licensure position that is currently posted. To move some of those licensure duties from that position, as I stated in the abstract, and allow us to have a deliberate and intentional focus on recruitment, retention, also new teacher support. That is why we're asking for the name change to the Director of Staffing and Licensure. The licensure piece, the licensure / substitute coordinator position would just help with some of those duties. The licensure piece, as I stated early on, is in various meetings is a very heavy lift and does need specific focus on licensure compliance. In addition to, we want to also shoe up our substitute recruitment efforts. So that is really the only position that we are asking for funding for. And as Dr. Felder said, and I have consulted with Ms. Raff, we would be using lab salary for this year to cover that, and then I'll cover it up until June 30th. And then after June 30th, we would have to reallocate the budget to do so.
And if I may also, yeah, thank you, Ms. Hatcher. Thank you so much for that. But if I could also just really emphasize the need to provide greater support to our new teachers. And so this additional position will free up the position that will be focused on recruiting and hiring, but also retaining staff. And part of that would be to provide support to new teachers, both in year 1, 2, and 3. The research certainly supports a need for that. And we've heard that from our teachers that that is the kind of support that they need. And we want to expand that to include teachers in their third year. But when you are focused on recruiting, particularly the kind of recruiting that will need to take place this year, this is a very different scenario. Given the 4.4 million jobs that were vacated in the United States, including in the field of education. And so we really have to step up our efforts to recruit. I don't think we can rest on our laurels and what we've done in the past and think that's going to work now. The game has changed, and we have to be very clear about that. And at the same time, as we bring in new staff, as we bring in new teachers in particular, they are going to need to be supported, because the research pre-COVID certainly showed that 50% of teachers resign within the first 5 years. But the difference that mentoring and support and coaching make in order to scenario that we are approaching, we're getting ready to step into one of the most robust hiring seasons, and that is spring. And we know that the early bird gets the worm, and that's even truer now than ever before. And so without enough staff to do this work, we are going to put ourselves in a deficit, and that's not what I would recommend.
So Dr. Ferner, let me change the question. I'm not questioning the value of the title and the person, but when I look at the org chart, there's an HR specialist grade 65 at 7% supplement that's vacant, that doesn't have any job description. Why wouldn't we just take that, increase the supplement and the grade level, and use that versus this other vacancy plus adding a new one on top of it? That's where my concern is it doesn't seem like there's seems like there's an extra position here is what it seems like versus the coverage, right? Because this just says it's a specialist and has no description of of what their responsibilities are versus these other ones.
Dr. Felder, may I speak to that, please?
Please do.
Okay. So Mr. Averton, the HC specialist was the position that we changed the job title to initially several board meetings ago. We had a benefits specialist. So we took the benefits specialist role when the leave coordinator position was vacated. We took the benefits specialist role and we called it a benefits/leave coordinator. So that canceled out the coordinator position. That left me with the specialist position being vacant. So we took the title and all we did was change the name on that. So that hence we now have an HC specialist. So that covered a position that we already had. Then we had Ms. Bremer's resignation. She's leaving. So we now have the director of staffing and licensure. All you want to do there is just change the title there. Okay. But we felt that because that licensure piece was it's a huge piece, and we wanted to really focus on recruitment, retention, as well as also building our substitute pool that we greatly need. We wanted to pull that licensure piece out, remove that substitute piece from the current position that's currently being utilized in the department and is being occupied by a staff member that title is a classified coordinator. Pulling that substitute piece off of that and putting that with that licensure piece. So we're really only asking for one position, one extra position. And I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also saw Bonnie had her hand up. Did your question get answered, Bonnie?
No, but I appreciate the discussion, and I you know, and I really do appreciate the challenges that are especially facing HR in this world. But if we had, I line up 10 other groups, including some of our schools, around resources and adding TAs or paying we're about to talk about the salary compression that's been going on for a decade or two. So there's so many demands that we have, and unfortunately, each one of these other groups have not had a chance to present their case. And that's the job of the budget process, is for us to really balance all these high priority needs and say, what can we afford to do? Now, I would be completely receptive to bringing on contract labor to help HR get through this, go through this immediate transition. And we have the funding to do that, but to add another recurring position, I'd really like to understand all the other positions that we're interested in adding and what we're interested in taking away. So I think we have to have we have to have a bigger budget conversation to approve another position in the district.
Okay, Sarah?
Just wanted to, I am interested in Bonnie's thought there about the potential for a short-term contract work to cover the licensure piece and whether, like, how feasible that is. But I just wanted to state my support for freeing up somebody to really focus on recruitment. And Dr. Felder, you talked about how we started the year with a lot of vacant positions, and we did. I don't want you to undersell that we had actually a lot fewer than other districts, but this landscape, when I think about what somebody heavy on recruitment early in the spring could do, the principals that I've spoken to who are spending so much of their time trying to fill positions, and like this hopefully will cut that back. And that's a huge impact. I think if we can get to that place where principals aren't having to spend so much of their time trying to fill positions. So I am really supportive of creating this lower level position to take some of the licensure work off, to like have somebody be able to really focus on that. Either creating the position now or potentially something shorter term to sort of resolve it in the budget process, if that is a pathway that could sort of feasibly work. I don't understand enough about this licensure work to know.
Dr. Felder or Ms. Hatcher, do you want to respond to Sarah's question?
Ms. Hatcher, can you speak to the licensure work?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you, Dr. Felder.
Sure.
The licensure work is very, I think I alluded to this when we talked about in closed session, I think last board meeting. The licensure work is one would need to be highly skilled to do the licensure work. In looking for a licensure person, I had my preference. I would prefer to have a licensure person who already works for a current district, because they're going to understand the North Carolina licensure law. That is very critical, and it impacts our finance department. It impacts our finance liabilities from the standpoint that when that person is approving someone to work for us and approving and making a recommendation for a license, if that is not done correctly, we could end up with a huge financial liability from the standpoint that we may have employed someone who we cannot license, and therefore we would have to pay them out of local funds. I do know last discussion, the question came up, the question came up around process procedure. Yes, there are processes and procedure, but someone really would need to have the skill set and understand North Carolina licensure law to make sure that we are not in a situation where we're ending up having to pay from local funds because we have not, and we've hired someone who has signed a contract that we cannot license.
That's helpful. Thank you. That does make me more inclined to support the position now, so that we can hire a director who will be more focused on recruitment now.
Thank you so much. And if I could just add that we have approximately 1,500 staff, and of those, about 600 are have a certification. Each and every one of those staff persons' certifications has to be monitored, addressed. It isn't a one and done, and you just check it off and keep moving. And so it is a huge undertaking. That alone is a huge undertaking. And to think that one person can do that and recruit and hire, I think we would be doing the district a disservice. I just have to put that out there. So,
Dr. Felder.
Go ahead, Ms. Hatcher.
Also, I'd like to address the comment around the contract work. Early on, when I first arrived, we had contract and done some work with Kelly Education, who is an outside contractual service that supports schools. And we were trying to get them to support just from the clerical support, school administration support. And at that time, they shared with us that they too were having difficulty just staffing their staffing contractual workers to come in and to fulfill the contract that we had with them of helping us kind of, fill those spaces where we needed someone. So to Dr. Felder's point early on, every organization across the United States is having issues with staffing. So, and again, to my point around licensure, it is such a specified area, and you would have to know North Carolina public school licensure law. Hiring someone contractually to do that work may very well be a disservice and a waste of money.
Yeah. And lastly, I would just add, thank you, Ms. Hatcher. And so in addition to the licensure work, we also have to remember that this person would also have to administer the evaluation system. So that would be another huge and very important piece of the work. And so we're just trying to be proactive as we can see. We don't always have a crystal ball, but we have an opportunity because we can foresee what we're about to step into and want to ensure that we can shore up our staff and ensure that we have positions filled with high quality staff. And it will take a laser-like focus, someone who that is their primary work, given the, to use Mrs. Smiley's term, the landscape that we are currently in. So thank you for engaging with us on this topic.
Okay, and I do want to remind everyone it's 9 and we still need to talk about the Hill study and a follow-up from that. I see your hand up, Will. Jennifer, do you have anything you want to add on this topic? Okay, I'm supportive of this request. Go ahead, Will.
So I just wanted to, put an idea off of what Bonnie had said, which is, instead of contracting the licensure and, substitutes, I don't think we should contract that. Why don't we take the HC specialist, convert that to the licensure and substitutes, and then contract out the HC specialist until we have a handle on the overall landscape. And that way you do get your licensure and then you do get your specialist to cover that's open already. And we have services available during that time. Is there a reason we couldn't do that?
Well, I think that's a little bit out of our lane is my take, but Dr. Felder or Ms. Hatcher, do you want to respond to that?
Ms. Hatcher.
I just feel like and I understand, I just feel like the human capital specialist position was already a position that we had. And we had that, as I stated earlier, from when we converted the benefits position over into the coordinator position. And I just feel like that if we decide that position that we had to take it and make it a contractual position, I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it will have the same, and I hear you, Mr. Atherton, and I appreciate your recommendation, but it's not that simple. And I just don't believe that that will be in the best interest of the district, given the current state.
And I know we're talking about retention and recruitment, but I would like the ability to have a sustainable human capital department. And just making that position that we already have a contractual position. I mean, that person could come today and go tomorrow. I mean, I would love like to have some stability within the department.
Okay.
Is this something we need to approve?
Yes, this is on consent.
Mm-hmm.
If we're ready for a motion, I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, a motion from Sarah and a second from Jennifer. Will?
No.
Okay, I vote yes. Bonnie?
I'm sorry, no, and please take it, it's not about not 1000% support for our HR department or its needs. It's just this, I don't know what else will need funding in a month for that when we talk about the budget. So, I know.
I hear you, Bonnie. Okay, Jennifer?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 3-2. So it's time for our Hill salary study. There was a request for a short break. Dr. Felder, do you feel like we should just go straight in, or do you want to take a 3-minute break? Can we do that?
Whatever works best for the board.
Okay, so if we can just do a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll continue with this work session item, and then we have the final discussion action on the additional local spending. Thank you. See you all in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Your audio sounds different, Carrie, for some reason.
Oh, really?
Oh, there it goes. Now it's good.
Okay. Thanks for checking, though. Definitely can sound different sometimes. All right. Wow, I've been thinking we have our policy first read that limits our meeting to 3 hours, but we haven't approved that final policy change yet. So we can go on long without an official vote tonight. So, okay. So we have our classified salary study conversation, and then we have one more item sort of in relation to that we're going to vote on. So Dr. Felder, I'll pass back to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Doyle. And so board, at the January 24th board meeting, the consultants from the Hill Group shared 3 things, right? They shared the methodology used to conduct the classified salary study, which also included the review of principals and cabinet level staff salaries. Secondly, they shared the findings from their study. And the third thing they did was to make 2 recommendations. They recommended a classified salary or pay scale with years of experience, also known as steps, 0 to 29, incorporating a 1.5% increase for each year of service. And they recommended an annual supplement for principals to be implemented. So tonight, we're going to revisit those 2 recommendations from the Hill Group consultants. We will present the alternative scenarios requested by the board for addressing the findings from the study, and we'll discuss next steps. No action will be taken tonight by the board. This is a presentation that's provided for information and discussion only. And so while alternative scenarios to address the Hill Group consultants' findings will be presented, and realizing that the necessary funding will need to be identified in order to do so, I just want to state up front that it is my strong recommendation to implement the Hill Group's 2 recommendations for addressing the salary study that was presented on January 24th, and that will be presented again tonight. So as with any school district, its budget is a reflection of its priorities and values. We know that. My recommendation is founded on the belief and value of our staff, to implement our strategic plans, belief statements, and to accomplish our strategic plan goals. It will require all staff because every role counts and is needed. The salary study brought to light for some and confirmed for others that for years, many of our staff have not been appropriately compensated for all of their hard work. I know we all agree it's time to fix this. It is time we do right by them and show our appreciation for the dedication to our children in our district. So I know we are all united in this commitment in showing our value of our staff. I look forward to continued collaboration and strategically reviewing our budget priorities and the potential requests to County Board of Commissioners to support implementation of the recommendations. So at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Rhonda Rath, our Chief Finance Officer, and Joyce Hatcher, our Chief of Human Capital and Organizational Development, who will walk us through the Hill Group consultants' recommendations, the alternative scenarios for addressing the classified staff salary study, and to share recommended next steps. So Mrs. Rath and Mrs. Hatcher.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Again, good evening, board chair, board members. I will begin the discussion and then I will hand it over to Ms. Raft. I'm not sure who's driving, but next slide. So in collaboration with finance, the Human Capital Office has worked very closely in the process of this and working with the Hill Group. The process consists of reviewing a review that conducted compared Orange County schools classified and classified and non-licensed position to the market. And the market consisted of neighboring school districts, Orange County government, the Triad, which is Durham and Chapel Hill. And the findings were reported on January 24th. Orange County school salaries are below other districts at the midpoint and the maximum levels, and salaries are compressed, and employees have no advantages on the salary scales each year. I'm sorry, have not advanced on the salary scales each year. Next slide. The process consisted of the Hill group. They reviewed the following employee groups that you can see here. There were classified employee groups reviewed that consist of administrative support staff, bookkeepers, custodians, data managers, family liaison, finance and human capital, maintenance, trade, and office support staff, non-certified coordinators, non-certified directors, non-certified specialists, operational technology support staff, receptionists and secretaries, teacher assistants, and transportation support staff that are non-bus drivers. Now, while this study is focused on classified staff, there were non-classified employee groups reviewed and noted in the study, and they were principals and chiefs and executive directors. Next slide. The history of the classified salary versus the county government. If you look here at this slide, and you will see the years that range from 2008 to 2020. And as you look here at this slide, you can see our Orange County Schools employees as compared to Orange County School government. You can see in 2008 to 2009, there were no salary increases for Orange County schools. You actually can see that for several years on our Orange County school side, from 2008, 2009, 2009, 2010, 2010, 2011, 2011 to 12, and then from 2012 to 13, we do see a 1.2% increase, which, as we note here on the side of the county, Orange County government employees, they have received increases, and some of their increases were more frequently and also in higher amounts than what our employees had received in the past. We do see in 2014, there was a $500 pay increase for our staff, a 1.5% for Orange County Orange County government. And then in 2016, 17, 1.5. And then we did see a $1,000 annual salary increase along with 3 annual leave days in 2017, 18, and then 2018, 19, 2%. But this chart does show that our staff members did receive fewer raises and in some cases lower amounts than those of Orange County government employees. Next slide. The study also looked at the K-12 market analysis in these particular job classes. As you can see here, technology, district support, and we have kind of outlined what jobs fall under each category. Maintenance, school operations staff, teacher assistants, and custodians. They also looked at the percentage below the K-12 cohort. And our K-12 cohort consists of surrounding school districts, which would be Alamance County, Chatham County, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carborough, and Wake County schools. And you would see here where these particular positions are below the cohort. We see that technology is 35.2% below. Our district support is 25.9% below, and the list goes on as is indicated on this chart. Next slide. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Raff, our Chief Finance Officer, and she will talk about the Hill consultant recommendations and then some alternative suggestions some alternative avenues that we will discuss throughout the remainder of the presentation. So at this time, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Raff.
Thank you, Ms. Hatcher. Good evening, everyone. So we're going to pick up where the Hill Group left us at the January 24th board meeting. They provided a recommendation based upon their findings of our compressed scales, as well as where we were in our market and how we were looking against our cohorts. So based upon their recommendation, it was a 29-step scale, and steps are synonymous in our world to equate to years of experience, with a 1.5% increase for each year of service or each step. So when we applied that recommendation to our current active payroll and applied the benefits as well as our local supplement, that was 255 classified staff that were reviewed. And as a result, that equated or will equate to $3.1 million additional annual funding that will be needed to fund the recommendation from this study. So benefits associated with this recommendation are that it eliminates the salary compression. Some of our scales are compressed as much as up to years of service of equal to 22 years. So what that means is someone who comes in with no experience versus someone who has 22 years of experience, they're making the exact same pay. It facilitates recruitment and retention of staff, and it communicates the value of our workforce to us. One of the challenges, however, is identifying a recurring funding source of $3.1 million annually and sustaining it. Next slide, please. So it was requested that maybe we look at some alternative options and the associated cost due to the price tag associated with the recommendation. So if we took the recommended salary scales and instead of a 1.5% increase for each year of experience, only applied a 1% increase for each year, that would bring the total annual cost need to $1.9 million. And that includes our supplement as well as the required benefits. Again, that is for 255 staff. This would eliminate the salary compression, and it would improve our ability to provide sustainable funding. However, it does not make us competitive with employers where we are losing staff. Next slide. To take it even further, we looked at an alternative of a 0.5% increase between each step or each year of experience. That would equate to a need of $900,000 annually, including the supplement and the benefits for the same 255 classified staff. Again, we're eliminating the salary compression. We are, again, improving the sustainability of the funding. It does not create market competitiveness, and it unfortunately deters retention and recruitment of staff. Next slide. Another alternative that was requested is to look at a potential tier pay scale, much like a lot of districts use for their local supplement. So what that would equate to is a scale where you would only see an increase in your pay every 3 years in this example. And the benefit with this is it eliminates some of the salary compression that we currently have, but unfortunately it maintains that because we're still compressing salaries. And it will does improve the sustainability of the funding. Again, a challenge is that it doesn't create market competitiveness. And also another challenge is the challenge with retention and recruitment of staff. Next slide. So the cost to implement a tiered approach of looking at these only giving pay increases every couple of years versus every year. What you have before you now is an example showing what Orange County is currently, and then what a 3% for each tier would look like, a 1.5%, and a 1%. So as you can see, we started at year 0 with 0 years of experience with a salary that is equivalent to at least $15 an hour, because we know it is in the biennium budget that the minimum salary for classified staff next fiscal year has to be $15 an hour. Also, we are a certified living wage employer, and in order to continue that certification, we also need to maintain a $15 an hour minimum living wage for our staff. So the annual cost currently for this one pay scale, it's a grade 56 pay scale, and we just had time to do one scale of the 25. For the staff that we currently have on payroll that are on this pay scale, it is $4 million. And that includes all of the associated benefits as well as additional supplement that the board provides. To do an increase of 3% for each tier, it would be an additional $761,000 in addition to the already current $4 million. For a 1.5% increase for each tier, that would be a $459,000 increase. And then for the 1%, that would equate to $363,000. Again, this is in addition to what the current cost is for us. This would be in addition to that. And again, this only reflects one classified pay scale. Next slide, please. So in summary of the scenarios that were prepared for this evening, the recommendation from Hill Consultants was a 1.5% increase between each year of experience from 0 to 29 for 255 staff would equate to an additional need of $3.1 million. An alternative to that, instead of a 1.5%, would be a 1% increase, which would bring that total need down to $1.9 million. And further, if we only implemented a 0.5% increase between each year of experience, that would bring the need down to $900,000. If we looked at one pay scale and tiered it for every 3 years for the percentages that are provided here, you can see the associated cost as a result of that annually. Next slide. Also, as part of the study, principal pay and principal supplement was something that was also reviewed, and also a recommendation was provided. The Hill Group, Hill Consultants, recommended that we adjust our supplement for our principals to be a percentage of their base pay versus a flat amount, which is what we currently are, and to also offer an additional supplement for years of experience as a principal. This would help us to be more competitive with our surrounding districts and to be able to recruit. So principal pay is based upon a state scale that is set based upon the size of the school. To implement the recommendation from the Hill Consultants, that would require an additional $32,000 in annual funding to implement a tier supplement base of 17.5% for elementary, 25% for our middle and alternative, and 35% for our high schools. To add an additional supplement for years of experience of 1 to 3 years, an additional $1,500 annually, 4 years, an additional $3,000 annually, or 5+ years, an additional $5,000 annually. Again, this would equate to a total need of $32,000 annually. The challenges that face us is remaining competitive. The market has changed since this study, and retention may continue to be a challenge. Next slide. It was also requested that some further compensation adjustments be reviewed and provided to the board. So as a result, we took a look at that, and again, to implement the classified salary study as recommended from the consultants, it would be $3.1 million. To implement the principal supplement as recommended would be an additional $32,000 annually. And these, again, would all be local funds, because these would all be above and beyond what the state provides for these positions. It was also asked that we take a look at the cost to recognize state years of service for our licensed staff versus years of service in Orange County schools. Right now, the supplement for those licensed certified staff is based upon their years of service in Orange County schools. To change that and base that on years of service with the state, that would require an additional $650,000 of local funds. And the final option that was also requested that we take a look at was master's pay. In the 2013 timeframe, the state of North Carolina stopped recognizing master's pay for teachers. They grandfathered those staff in at that time who had master's degrees and were on master pay scales. They held them harmless and continued to provide funding for that. However, they stopped allowing school districts, or they stopped providing funding to school districts to recognize master's pay, except for a few limited positions. So as a result, there are a lot of our licensed certified staff that have a master's degree that they're not being compensated for that. It is difficult for us to determine what the actual cost would be associated with this, because many staff do not put this on their license anymore, because the state does not recognize it and does not compensate for it. Therefore, many of our licensed certified staff may not even list it on their license anymore. So as a result, we looked at the potential population that this could apply to, and that would be all of the staff that we currently have that are on the bachelor's degree licensed certified scale. If every one of these individuals had a master's degree, to compensate them for that, that would equate to an additional $1.2 million of local funds that would be needed annually to support that. So from here, we'll go to our next slide, which is basically our next steps. So we have a budget committee meeting that is coming up at the end of February, where we will discuss and review the feedback from this evening's meeting and discuss the funding priorities for the salary study implementation and funding options. On March the 7th, the superintendent's recommended budget will be presented to the board, and the board directed priorities for the salary study implementation will be a component of this budget. On March the 22nd, there will be a budget public hearing where the public will have an opportunity to comment on the superintendent's recommended budget, and we will receive final direction from the board on their desire for a final budget for presentation to the commissioners for funding. On April the 11th, our board will adopt a local operating budget that will be submitted to Orange County commissioners for consideration for funding. Next slide. Now we will take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rath and Ms. Hatcher. Board members, I see Sarah's hand up, and then Will, and then Bonnie.
Awesome. Thank you so much to both of you for that walkthrough. I'm curious, what happens in one of these scales where the state gives a raise that year? I understand it hasn't happened very often for our classified staff, but I guess one of the things I'm playing with in my head about that question is, if occasionally they were to cover the 1.5% or even give a 2% raise or something, could we sort of continue with our 1.5% increase each year and sort of bank that to support this kind of increase in other years where they don't give it, if that makes sense?
Sure, I'll try to answer the best I can. And as far as specifics to a salary scale, I'm going to let Ms. Hatcher chime in regards to that. But typically, how this can work is, let's say that we, as Dr. Felder had stated when she opened, that we would be in support of the 1.5% step increase that was recommended from the Hill consultants. We know next year our biennium budget is a 2.5% increase. An option would be, if we have a scale that already has 1.5% in it, and we know that the state budget has 2.5%, then we would increase the scales 1% to get us to the 2.5%, if that makes sense. So the state would be providing the funding for those state positions in that scenario.
Great. Okay. So that, I mean, it sounds to me like essentially when we're recruiting staff or something, the way we could explain it is like, you will get at least 1.5% increase each year. And in years when the state actually provides more than that, you would receive more than that.
Exactly.
That might help us every 8 years or something with the state, does something.
I don't remember if I said Bonnie and then Will, or Will then Bonnie. I don't remember. Sorry.
I think Will goes first.
That's fine. So I just wanted to first say to Rhonda, Ms. Hatcher, Dr. Felder, thank you so much for, deep diving in this. I wanted to also just acknowledge the excellent education in our budget committee that took us through how the state funds us and also the averaging. I mean, it was very insightful, especially as we think about all of the positions that we are locally funding and us fully having to, if the state does a 2% raise, we have to do a 2% raise to keep it fair. So the question I had, Rhonda, is for the clarification. Are you saying that y'all's recommendation is like alternate 3, 1.5? Or you're saying it's a 1.5 is what you're thinking, but y'all haven't decided which of the scenarios y'all would come forward with at this point? Does that make sense?
I'm looking for feedback from the board in regards to what your priority would be in regards to what we carry forward. Based upon what we hired Hill Consultants to do, and based upon the recommendation that was provided, considering how far we are off of the market in each of these categories, I would, I go back to how Dr. Felder opened this presentation, and that we would support what was recommended.
But we all know that we do not have 3.1 million annual, and that the county will not be providing 3.1 additional funds to us, right? That's just that. I mean, we know that's not realistic. So
it's a challenge.
Right. The reality would be we would have to take one of the scenarios and say, to do this phased over time, I'm going to make this up for just example. We may have to say, we're going to start off with the requested number 3 at 1% to break up the step levels to at least give that delineation. And then the next year, we want to see if we could slightly increase that and use additional funds to do it, or something to that scenario where we're slowly breaking that down, because we have to have some reality. And at the same time, I just want to highlight that a lot of people that fall in these categories are people that are at the bottom end of our scales and the most in need. So I definitely personally want to make sure we figure that out. I think from my standpoint, just my point of view would be, if we're going to do one of these, requested level 3, where we, break it from 0 to 22 to being every 3 years and doing a stepping level of 1% or 5 or 1.5%. If I would like to know if that recommendation comes forward, how many people does it help? Right? Are we increasing the pay of obviously the first one says it's 364,000. So I assume, and that's why I'm asking when it comes back, does that essentially take everybody in these categories and bump them up? Or does this have some ill effect that we're not aware of? Like, hey, if you've been here 25 years, this actually takes you down. Does that make sense?
It does. Can we please go back to slide 40? So this is the alternative 3 with the tiered approach, but this is also that 0 of $26,260 is the starting salary in every scenario that is presented. Orange County Schools is currently at $24,920. So everyone will be receiving some type of increase.
And then based on that, your years of experience will bump you up even further, because if you're in the 0 to 22, you've all of a sudden jumped up all the way up to, in our case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. So you're at the 7th tier automatically by just your experience if you're in the 0 to 22.
That is correct.
Okay. So I just want to say I'm very supportive of us figuring out this phased approach to implementing this, because I know we're not going to be able to request the full amount. I wish we could. I wish we had the ability to do that. And I know that we need the sustainability, but I would love to personally approach it that way and figure out, what would be the next phase and the next phase to get us to that. But I'll stop there and let others comment.
Hey, Bonnie?
Yeah, so I'll build on that. First, Rhonda, I have to tell you, this is really great work. It's like breathtaking. For me, it's like a work of art. So thank you for putting this together. And, as one of the board members who was asking for the alternatives, the goal of that was to see look at ways we can tier this. I'm sorry, to look at ways we can phase this, because like Will's saying, 3.1 million isn't going to happen. And I will add, it is really important to me to take care of the teacher supplements, because a lot of those teachers aren't seeing raises either. So we haven't studied it. The Hill Center hasn't looked at it, but we have 20-year teachers that are on the 12% supplement that is not competitive, and they are looking, and it'll be easy for them to get placed. So we have a big problem there, and I think we need to take care of that. I have a question first on, and it's just if you could just bear with me on once we create steps, is there a process of just adjusting salaries to put people in the right place on their scale? Because we don't have that now. So is there a process of putting them on the right place, and would we just give everybody a raise by establishing the steps without committing to an increase? And the reason I'm trying to unpack it is because everybody's getting 2.5% this year and another 2.5% next year. So it gives us a little bit of time. So
Ms. Hatcher, I might let you join in here to help also address this, but Ms. Hauser, so the steps equate to years of experience, and everybody is placed on a step right now. So I could be a teacher assistant who is on a step 20 because I have 20 years of experience as a teacher assistant. And I'm going to stop and I'm going to let human capital, because they can speak to this much more eloquently than I can.
Well, you said it quite eloquently yourself. I mean, basically with the scales, when we go to pay staff members, when staff members come in and we're trying to make a job offer, we're going to be looking at their years of experience, and based on their years of experience, that's what determines where they're being paid. So that's the beauty of having the scale, and then that's what we look at to determine where they go. There's no magic formula. We just look at the current years of experience that are on their applications, and that's what we use, and then we apply the scales to those years of experience, and also their degree. But mostly, many of our a great bulk of our classified positions, teacher assistants, maybe custodial positions, they are not, many of them, some of them have degrees, or maybe associate degrees, but the position may not necessarily warrant that. But we're looking at more overly their years of experience, and that's how we would apply them to the scales.
Let me ask the question differently. Today, in our zero, if I understood the presentation from last week, if I'm 0 to 20 and I'm a teaching assistant, let's say, is there a difference in base pay for a teaching assistant with 5 years of experience or 15 years of experience?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Today? Rhonda's shaking her head no. I thought
the current salary scale is compressed for this salary grade. So what the scale looks like is it's going to have a 0 is 24,920. 1 year is 24,920. 2 years is 24,920.
Right.
All the way up to 22 years. So the steps are still there, because to give staff the credit for the year of service. However, the pay scale is compressed, so they are not getting a pay increase for that.
So Ms. Hauser, I do apologize. I answered from the standpoint that the scale not being compressed. So I do apologize for that.
Got it. So my question, the reason I'm asking the question is could we uncompress the salaries and give people salary adjustments at least for the next 2 years and not worry about step increases? And that's going to cost money, but
That's going to depend on funding.
Excuse me?
That would depend on funding. Am I correct, Ms. Raff?
Yes, it would, but my question would be, how would you determine
who
gets what if it's not a increase for each year of service?
Well,
what I'm hearing is that maybe I need to ask for a little more clarity about specifically. Can you give me a more specific example?
Well, I think we'd have to set a salary scale. I'm looking at the one you have, and it could have 1 year increments or 3 year increments, but we would set the scale and then we would give people salary adjustments to put them on the scale for one time. In practice, they would end up if we did nothing else, in 5 years, they'd be compressed again, but at least it gets us started, and it's going to increase the payroll, but I just wonder if that would be a first step to at least give everybody raises, and then they'll be getting 2.5% raises on an increased salary. So I just don't know what those numbers look like. I'm trying to give ourselves room to take baby steps, or not baby steps, but steps that we can afford. Because if that, I just don't know what that would cost us to do that.
Can I also
understand? And I just want to state that we do know that we've got to start at least with a minimum of $15 an hour.
Absolutely.
Okay. I see your hints here, but just real quick, we also need to figure out when we're going to start with people who don't have the years of experience whose years of experience are outside Orange County schools, and we're not counting that, right? We still haven't really touched on that. Am I correct?
That's the 650,000, right?
That's the teacher.
That's the $650,000 for teachers. Yes, Carrie, it's really an important point.
Okay.
There's, if I may interject, so right now, when Joyce, let me just stop talking and let you address this in regards to when staff are hired now, if they don't have experience in another school district, how is experience given to them?
Basically, when we hire staff right now, we look at the experience and how it equates to what they are applying to. And if that experience, if their experience aligns, they receive credit for that. And that makes sense.
Is that 1 for 1 or 3 for 1?
You're talking about classified staff now.
That is correct. That's what the focus is. Am I correct, Rhonda?
I think Carrie and the board, I think we were all very interested in also addressing this issue we have with teacher supplements because of the way we penalize people who have a lot of experience but not with Orange County schools. And it is not competitive.
That is correct. The way our supplement scale is currently structured for our certified staff, we only give you supplement based upon your years of service in Orange County schools. That does not apply to classified staff.
And that was going to be the first piece of my comment, was just strongly agreeing that we need to solve for that and make it so that it's years of service total. Getting back to what Bonnie was asking about, I am curious whether this may not be how any school district works, but I figured I would throw it out there. Is it possible to have a scale like this for determining someone's starting salary or our current staff's salary, right? And then year by year, make decisions that we can afford about what the increases are from there. So whether it is a state covered increase, like in the next couple of years, or in another year increasing. So to her point about not promising increases. So it's not, is it possible to just sort of use the scale to set people in a place? And then the way that it works in like businesses is depending on how the business is doing or inflation or whatever, you might get an increase that's different that year.
If I could just insert here, thank you, Mrs. Smiley, for sharing. So the only thing that comes, or one of the things, I'll put it that way, that comes to mind for me is that it just, we would still have the market issue. It doesn't solve for that. And that's a huge issue for us now more than ever before. And so we are no longer competitive.
Yeah. And I totally agree that we have to solve for that. And I, you know, I think an example like this here, when you get to the upper end, I can see how it wouldn't make us competitive if you're only doing some of these smaller amounts. But I think my question is, would just getting people to the right place on an adjusted scale, the Hill Group's proposed scale, would getting them there solve that? And then what annual increases folks could expect after that? I mean, it's a little bit more like our current state, right? Like that would be sort of more how we do it now.
Except that there's a stratification of salary based on years of experience. So everybody doesn't have the same, so.
Sorry, what did you say, Bonnie?
Well, it's not really what we do now, because now 0 to 22 is the same.
No, right, I'm saying do the uncompression.
Yes, I agree.
And then something more like that we do now.
I agree.
So board members, it's 10 o'clock. And I don't, since this is a conversational time, I don't know, should we keep hashing this out and sharing thoughts now? How much more are we going to be doing that similarly in budget committee? And then we do have an item to vote on that might not take too long, but go ahead, Will.
So I was just going to say, from the budget committee standpoint, our next meeting, they'll be presenting this to us. Here's the recommendation. So I just want to make sure any board member that has thoughts around this to give some direction to Dr. Felder and staff will be very helpful, because the next time we discuss this will really be, here's the proposal. And I just wanted to share with Sarah that one of the epiphanies that I had during all of these discussions and in the budget committee is how different public schools are done and their pay scales than in the open industry. Because I said the same thing you did, which made me smile, because I said, that's not how it works out in the public sector. You may not get a raise, you may not get this, you may not get that, but you know, this to me is how districts can compare themselves. So if you go from one district to the other, you know what to expect. So I know it's very important for our staffs to have, you know, knowing where they're going to be and where it's headed. But again, for me, it's about trying to unravel this, do it in phases, get some relief to our employees, and then figure out, you know, maybe to your point and Bonnie's point, we figure out year one and then figure out, okay, year two, what adjustments can we make? What's realistic? We may not be able to make any, but we're not in a position that we can't afford it, right? Because that's my concern, is we do something and then, whoa, out here at year 7, all of a sudden we can't pay for it because we've set a scale that we can't meet. And now we're having to go back on our word to our employees. And I would never want to do that.
Yeah, I also.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
If I could, first of all, you know, compression happens to people who love the district and are loyal to the district. And I don't think they're running to a competitor. And I'm still choking on using Chapel Hill or Wake County as a cohort for us, because they're different. Alamance, our salaries, I think, are competitive compared to Alamance. I think they're, and, you know, at least I'd love to see them against Alamance and Chatham. You know, but I think the urban districts are different. And we still have some work to do to answer the question about, our supplement is high, why don't we have more money for salaries? So we have some a look at ourselves that has to be dealt with. But I think to have a meaningful conversation for the budget, we have to be talking about ways we can phase this. And for me, I would like to see in the budget something for the classified, something for the correction of the teacher salaries. And I'd also interested, because I saw the master's pay, but I'm really very specifically interested in master's pay for social workers separately, because it's a small number, and I think they're at more risk on the master pay stuff than our teachers. The teachers are used to it.
Okay, hold on one second, Will. I was just going to say, in terms of general feedback, I also agree with the wanting to phase it in, to address the compression issue. I hear you, Dr. Felder, is that we need to reach to be competitive, but I don't know if that means making a request that then doesn't get funded. But I definitely am really in line with what I feel like we're all kind of saying somewhat similar things. But go ahead, Will.
No, the only thing I was going to say, and I want to be very prescriptive, and that's that I am not looking at this as being competitive. I'm looking at it when we looked at the slide that showed if you've been in the district from 2008 to now, you've not had any cost of living, right? And you're on the pay scale of barely the cost of living. So to me, I'm not looking at this as being competitive. I'm looking at it as we need to give our people cost of living raises so they can afford to be here. So that's where I sit, right? I don't disagree on the competitiveness of, hey, we should be competitive. Mine's really sitting on, hey, we have people that have been in the district 15 years, 20 years, whatever. And when we look at what they've been getting, it's really sad. And I know it has nothing to do with us from the standpoint of the state, but we have the ability to do something. I definitely want to try to do it. But I just wanted to say I'm less focused on the competitive, but more on, doing what's right. So.
Yeah, and if I could, Mr.
Go ahead,
Atherton,
Dr.
I appreciate exactly what you said. And as I stated from the outset, I am as well. But we also, in terms of being realistic, have to consider being competitive. There is a market out there, and there are limited staff. And so we have to keep that in mind as well. That's all.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
One of the things that's happening now is the county is also doing a salary study, and they do them frequently. They don't always act on them, but they do them frequently. And to Will's point, we've got to take action on people who have been sitting for a long time, who've stayed with us, and we've got to tell them we value you. Not with actions speak louder than words. But maybe is there a way that we can join with the county and possibly Chapel Hill Schools to say this is what our salary study says. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And maybe there's, the current structural funding processes won't support this, but maybe the county, when they understand this competitive issue, will open up a conversation about restructuring salaries for the two school districts and the county. Because it's important for them. They face the same challenges. So maybe they'll, but that won't happen for this year's budget. That might happen, that might take some time. Just a thought.
How are we doing in terms of giving you the feedback in draft? Clear as mud?
Yes, I'm hearing and taking in all of the feedback that has been provided.
Okay. Do people feel like there's more we should talk about tonight, to Will's point that okay, Will's shaking his head, so that's good. Okay. I feel like we've got our main concerns expressed. And Bonnie, did you know the good for the goose is good for the gander is like an equity expression?
Oh, is it?
Who knows? I'm working that through our finance talk. Okay, so Dr. Felder, is there anything you'd like us to wrap up to this point before we go to our final item? Did you just raise your hand, Sarah?
I did.
Sorry, I just remembered something that I wanted to mention on the principal piece. If I could just briefly touch on it, which is, I understand what the Hill Group's recommendation was there, but the tiering of the supplement for the principals, I'm thinking about how the principals' base salary is already higher in middle school and then higher again in high school. And so when you take a percentage supplement on top of that, and you also tier it, so it's bigger at each level, the distance between an elementary school and a high school, I understand that a high school principal's job is different. You go to games at night, things like that. But it does make me curious. I'm not sure that that full scale of differentiation is actually representative of the work. And so I wondered about considering that as a flat supplement, percentage supplement on those different bases. I wondered how other districts do it and whether that would still make us competitive at each of those tiers. You don't need to answer that right now, but that's something I'd like us to think about, because the base is already substantially higher for a high school principal. And so if then their supplement is a percentage of that higher amount bigger, it creates a lot of distance.
Based upon the districts that that are our competitors, they have the additional supplement based upon the years of experience, as well as the supplement that is a percentage, and it is in line with the percentages that were recommended in this study.
Okay. I mean, if that's how people are being compensated in other districts and we want to be competitive, I guess that makes sense. I personally, I don't know that that makes sense to me. But.
So I'll use that, Sarah, to take it to the next item, because one of the things that with our principals that I've noticed is, even though we've had some turnover and some of it, we've moved principals out or people out of principal jobs. We are getting good applicants, where I thought we were getting lots of applicants for principalships, and many of them are new. So I don't know if we have any particular principals that are compressed, but I got the impression that principals were probably in a lot better shape than teachers, for example.
If I may, I appreciate what you said. And yes, we are fortunate at times. Well, I will say there are times when we don't get the best applicants. I've seen that, but we want to keep the ones we have.
Absolutely.
That's the goal, because the churn is not good. It's not good for a school at all. So, yeah.
And Dr. Felder, can I just reiterate or note here that principal salaries are not based on the school level. They are based on the number of students that are in, that's part of it, is based on the number of students that are in their schools. So that plays a role in it as well.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hatcher. That is correct. They are tiered on the state scale, but it is based upon the size of the school, not whether it's a high school or a middle school or elementary school.
Oh, interesting. Okay, but is the supplement that Hill proposed tiered on those things, or is it also based on? It's one of these earlier slides. I'm not. You know what? I can look at the slide later. Don't answer that question. It's late. Thank you.
So I mean, again, and I just want to reiterate that it would be really nice to see the master's pay for social workers. I think that group is actually, it's a small group. It's at risk. I think the teachers have reconciled to the not having master pay. And if we fix the years of service, I think that would be a really big step. So, but doesn't work for the social workers. So there's that. So my concern on the consent item, I had two. First of all, I didn't know why it was.
Johnny, let me interrupt for just a minute.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought you wanted to move to that. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. I just wanted to welcome back Vice Chair Stevens, because her internet has allowed her to rejoin. So I just want that on the record. And I can't hear
Oh,
you,
you're
Brenda.
muted. Ms. Stevens, you're muted.
Look, technology is great when it works, right? Well, I just wanted to weigh in quickly and say, clearly we can't do all of this in one fell swoop. And I agree with all of you that we certainly need a phased in approach, because we absolutely must do something, because I know we're not going to get all that money, not unless we hit the lottery.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, so we're going on to this final item, and Bonnie raised the question. And so go ahead and ask your questions.
Yeah, I thought we
Bonnie,
were,
'cause I think go ahead. I think our folks are already here.
yeah, I thought we were talking about lottery numbers now. Anyway, so my question is just in the packet, I think as a board, we said, I would feel more comfortable if the packet just talked about using the money for salary increases without specifically highlighting principals and teaching assistants, because I just feel like, salaries is where we want to be. Also, I thought that the commissioner resolution asked for metrics. And I was wondering how we were going to, we haven't talked about how we're going to hold ourselves accountable for this money. So I just didn't. So those were the two things that concerned me.
I can chime in regards to the metrics, and the thinking was our teacher or our turnover data, as well as our vacancies and how long a position remains vacant.
Good.
I just wanted to share a different opinion, which is that I found it helpful that the abstract focused on TAs and principals specifically, because the commissioners wanted to to understand the line of how this funding would support mental health and student achievement gaps, and those particular staff populations. There's very clear good evidence about those connections. And so personally, I found it helpful that they were targeting it there.
Right. Thank you, Sarah. That's helpful to me too. It looks like Bonnie, I'm not seeing everyone at the same time. So if I don't call on you, please go ahead, but go ahead.
I just didn't want to imply that it's teaching assistants and principals, because I think that won't constitute the 600,000 in our first phase. So that's all. I just was, but the abstract, the way it reads, doesn't say it's going to be principals and TAs. It says it's for salaries. I just was concerned about the implication, because the problem is bigger, including some of that money. And Rhonda keeps correcting me, because with the 400,000 that we have, that has to go, the 400,000 that the state has, I'm sorry, the 400,000 that the state has provided for supplements, for teaching supplements, has to be limited to $460 or $500 something per teacher. So I don't know how that applies to the, that was in the board packet. I don't know if you all saw that. But we have a limit. So we have 400, we have about it's about 400,000, right, that we can use to teaching supplements. But there's a constraint of about $500 per teacher or $600 per teacher. So I don't know how that works. I know Rhonda has some pretty crafty ways to make numbers work, but I don't know how that works. Or if we could ask the state for a waiver. I don't know if that's a possibility too. Anyway, we have lots of salary problems that at least I'm hoping we'll try and fix in this budget. So that's all.
Okay, so do you not have any concerns with this then, Bonnie? You just wanted to talk about it a little bit?
I'd prefer that when we go to the county, we talk about salaries in general, but I'm happy to leave it where it is. I think Rhonda's explanation of the metrics is fine. So in that context, I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion from Bonnie and a second from Sarah. Will?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm moving slowly here. Will, I vote yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Great. Okay, Dr. Felder, are there any other topics we need to discuss or consider or be aware of before I entertain a move to close?
You can entertain the move to close.
All right.
So moved.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
All right. A motion from Vice Chair Stevens and a second from Ms. Smiley. Bonnie?
Yes.
Will?
Yes.
I vote yes. Jennifer?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
We are adjourned. Thank you so much. Thanks to all your staff for staying late and helping us talk through all of this, Dr. Felder and everybody, and have a great night.
Thank you all. Have a great night as well.